Good morning, Sheriff. Can you hear us today?
Don't like it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a. No. Amanda? Sheriff says he's got
So remember what Linda said about plugging the owl and then you just in? You want to try that? Here's the clicker. Would like me to try?
Can you go in your queue and see if you have audio video?
Yeah. Well, I'm like, you know,
I saw my
oh.
I went up to this class. So that was good. Oh, you did, really? Oh, okay. Is that right? Oh, that's right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I would rather do that.
Is that right? Yeah. So what we did, we could go 90 to
I did take 9. Yeah.
Oh, we got
the worst part.
Nice, I just got my teacher. Nice day.
The host is already running the meeting.
I tried to cover the job.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so that's the next day.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just unplug it and plug it. It says it's on and connected.
I remember that.
Well, it's central, very central. It's actually 90 miles.
Do you have a bad hour?
Same distance from Triple Falls. There's a university out there.
Joe, good to meet you. Yeah.
Hi, Joe. I'm Ellen. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like for that small national.
Yeah. Okay.
It's really fun. I drove out in the van. We got lost on yeah.
Sheriff, can you hear us?
I don't see it on there anymore.
Vance, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Okay, so we do have a problem because I have 2 different groups of people on these meetings.
That's what I was wondering.
Sheriff? Can you hear me? It's on you.
He's on a
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, I think we had two
Take
meetings.
over from the last.
A number of months ago, we had a problem where we had two meetings running at the same time. It looks like that's maybe what's happening right now. So for everybody in the room, we're just gonna get more minutes, get things organized here. Looks like we have dual meetings and we've got to get that resolved. And then we've got the presentation to us. So you've got the presentational.
Presentation's keyed up, that they got it, and I've got the clicker, so we're ready to go.
Thank you.
We're gonna have the sheriff join from the agenda. Vance, can you hear us? Vance, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Or is there a chance that members of the public or others that might be joining could be entering the other meeting room? Is there a way to make sure we're merged?
It's been, I've closed out all the windows, Joe, and
Okay.
as long as people are joining from the link on the agenda, this is the meeting that they should be in.
Do we know about the website?
Yeah, that's where it is. There's the sheriff.
Okay, are we ready to get started? All right, I will call the meeting to order at 9:05 a.m. Let's do round of introductions. I am Nancy Wise, Commissioner and Chair.
Pat Malone, Commissioner and Vice Chair.
Zan O'Farrell, Commissioner.
Joe Kirby, County Administrator.
Lynn McKee, Director of Benton County Natural Areas Parks and Events.
Rick Krieger, Chief Financial Officer. Laura Kwiatkowski, Executive Assistant.
We'll go back there and then online.
Corey Grogan, Public Information Officer.
Vance Crony, County Council.
Not your turn yet, Vance.
Zachary's CFM advocates.
Ryan Anderson, CFM advocates. Ellen Miller, part of the lobby team.
Nick Firth, Justice System Improvement Program Manager.
Sorry, Vance. All right, who else do we have online that would like to introduce themselves?
I heard the sheriff, I saw the sheriff's list.
Yes, so we already have Sheriff Van Arsdale on the line with us. Hopefully they can all still hear us. All right, announcements. Are there any announcements?
I hope everyone's voted.
Yes, please vote if you have not already. Let's see, that takes us to review and approve the agenda. We had one late change, which was item number 13. Revised intergovernmental agreement for broadband feasibility study. The agenda, any other changes to the agenda? You're done. We will move into, well, let's see. So the minutes for our goal setting meetings were added late, so I just want to make sure that commissioners have a chance to review those. If not, we can just push them back to approve them at our next goal setting meeting. Did not review them in detail.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind more time.
Okay, so we will push that off till next month. And that will take us to the next item, discussion of the fairgrounds facility future improvements. And we have with Lynn McKee, Natural Areas Parks and Events. Welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. We have a presentation. I think they're going to pull it up for us. I'm going to provide just an update on where we are with our master plan upgrades at the fairgrounds. Of course, COVID has slowed us down a little bit, but we have still made some inroads. So what I want to do is do a quick review. My clicker will not work. Can you click it forward one? It's all working? No. It's on. Yeah, there we go. So I just wanted to do a quick rundown of what is involved in the master plan update that was presented to you in, I believe it was approved in 2019, right before COVID. We had done this, prepared this master plan with Markin Consulting. And this is the proposed layout of the master plan. You can see that we were going to move the office to the carriage house. We are going to, it includes building a commercial kitchen and the auditorium, actually adding an addition to the auditorium and making it larger. Up there at 17, up at the top is our maintenance shop. Right next to it is a proposed new storage building. That is, once that was built down on number 8, between the arena and the auditorium, we were going to upgrade the 4-H barn to be a rental space. Our arena, our indoor arena, would be converted to an exhibit hall, and the addition on the top there on the north side is breakout rooms, the additions of those. We have covering the outdoor arena on the left side, enclosing the solar building, putting a bathroom building between the solar building and the covered arena, building a livestock pavilion, that's number 6 on the northwest side there. And then building our grand entrance, number 13. Number 14 in the lower right corner is the OSU building. That's the potential for moving OSU Extension out to the fairgrounds. That's something they're interested in, their leadership is interested in. They would have to work on raising funds for that building, but we did designate a space for them on that corner of Reservoir and 53rd. So that was kind of the initial overview. So now we'll look at what we have done and what's still coming up. So can we go? Did I work? Did my clicker work this time? I think sweet. All right, good. So the completed projects that we have done, you know, our previous office was in the corner of the auditorium. And before COVID, fortunately, we had relocated the office to the carriage house, because that old office would not have accommodated any social distancing at all. The consultant had budgeted $75,000 for that move. I felt proud that my staff pulled it in under $10,000. So I have a very creative staff, some sponsorships, do it yourself, and IKEA, and we were able to get it in under $10,000. We converted the pony barns to RV storage. I don't know if you, some of you might not have been here. I don't think Commissioner Wise, you were here, but our old pony barns were just falling apart, and you know, they were not appropriate for even to keep horses anymore. They were terrible shape, but the roofs were okay. So what we have done is we took the sides off, we flattened them out, and we turned them into RV storage, because that's been passive revenue for us. So we were able to tear down the walls and get everything graded for 6,765 CIP funds, and now we're generating 16,000 plus a year in revenues on those buildings. So they paid for themselves in half of the year. So that was a good investment, and we have the need. I mean, all of our RV storage is full, and there's still a wait list. So it's something the community needs, is definitely the storage. And then we also completed enclosing the solar building. That was really just have the one side, so it's effectively just a wind tunnel, and there was nothing you could really use. We used it for the beef barn for fair, and the Pastega light show went through there, but that is about all we used it for. So it was built just to hold our solar panels up, so that's why it's called the solar building. But it has been amazingly popular for rentals since we closed it. It's a nice big space. It doesn't have a bathroom, and it doesn't have heat, which is why I can't charge a lot for it, but it's very popular. And the ski swap was out there. Actually, the library's big book sale has moved out there. They're thrilled with the extra space. So we've actually been able to rent it quite a bit. We were able to complete the enclosure for $45,000 roughly. In the first few months, it has already generated $20,000 this last year. And that's, you know, with Omicron and everything. So I think we'll be definitely seeing more rentals of that space. So it should pay for itself in a year or two. So that was definitely another good step for us to take. The commercial kitchen, we had $250,000 in economic development funds through CIP. We were able to complete that commercial kitchen project for $221,000. So I consider my staff, I'm so proud of them that they keep coming in under budget. I'm really thankful for that. That was an interesting project because we were trying to do it while the courts were using that building for trials. So so I would have to call my contractor, say, okay, go, no, stop, wait, there's a trial, go. So it was kind of a bumpy install around trying to work around the trials and the courts, but we got it done on time. And it's a beautiful commercial kitchen and very popular.
Lynn,
Yes.
what kind of, I know it's early days, what kind of uses for the commercial kitchen?
Well, we have preferred caterers. We don't allow any of our renters anymore just to use it for potlucks because there is a lot of pricey equipment in there now and a lot of bells and whistles. So we do have preferred caterers. So they do, like we're back to doing wedding receptions and quinceañeras and such. So they'll use our preferred caterers in there. We have had 4-H do some training in there, some teaching in there. And we've had a couple, so far we haven't gotten an incubator business in there yet, but we have talked to a couple of them. So I'm hopeful to start getting some incubator businesses scheduled in there. They have come and walked through, but we haven't gotten that final like signed contract, but I'm hoping over the next 2 months that we'll get our first incubator business in there through economic development. They've sent a few companies over.
Thanks.
Yeah. And that's what it was designed for. The stakeholders were the incubator businesses, the teaching kitchen, and then the catering kitchen. And so our projects, so those are all completed. Our projects in process, the new storage building, that's a picture of our current maintenance shop. It's going to be right next to it, and it's going to be the same style and fabrication and such. So it looks like we actually had a plan and they were made to be put together. We got that Business Oregon grant, the $277,777. $177,000 of it is going towards the new storage building, and it's already been designed. So now we're going into permitting and getting it ready so we can actually start building it. So that will go fairly quickly. I hope to have that built by fair next year. Because every year at fair, we have to empty the barn in the middle, the Benton barn. That's our storage building currently for the fairgrounds. So it's full of table, chairs, and fair equipment. We have to empty it for fair. Everything gets pulled out, and that becomes the 4-H displays, the non-animal displays. So I'm hoping that the new storage building will be built by fair. So once we empty the Benton barn for fair, it won't ever get full of equipment again, that it'll be able to be switched over. And then the auditorium closet, this was actually an additional project that came up because we got $35,000 through the Oregon Preferred Worker Program. I don't know if you're aware, in the auditorium, we have all the tables and chairs for the auditorium are stored in the Benton Bar in the center building, and we have to forklift them over every week and then unload them and then load them back, and it's terrible physically on my staff. So the state, this Preferred Worker Program helps support because it's supporting them physically, so they don't work themselves so much during their work. So that helped fund that project. So we actually added that to the list. It's an important project to do. This is where I'm going to bring Rick Krager in because we had LRS Architects work with us to design the exhibit hall, converting the indoor arena into an exhibit hall and covering the outdoor arena. We just got the estimate prices back, which were, with the way construction is now, significantly more than we had budgeted for originally. The exhibit hall came in at 10 million plus, and the covered arena at 7 million plus. So at this point, now we're looking at what are next steps? How would we fund that? And are these prices that are at the highest construction, will they go down any? As construction goes down, will it go down? If anyone has a crystal ball, that would be great. But at this point, we've knocked out a lot of the smaller projects, and now we're looking at some of these big dollar projects and how would we fund those. So, hello.
So just to interject, those numbers that you're seeing up there are significantly higher than original estimates, significantly.
Yeah.
Also, one of the points of discussion, I think, for today is that when you look at what our strategy has been, as Lynn indicated, knocking out a lot of the smaller projects, now we're getting to some of these more costly projects. And you'll probably remember, it's probably a year ago, and you'll have to correct me regarding dates, but we had intended to design the improvements to the exhibit hall, and that being the priority. We had also agreed at that point, and I say we, this was with the board's full knowledge and buy-in, to go ahead and design the outdoor covered arena, although acknowledging that that wasn't of the highest priority at that point. It was the exhibit hall because of the generation of revenue. So we have gone through the process of designing both of those facilities. However, we also want to revisit, what is the funding priority or priorities. And Commissioner Malone will remember from a number of our meetings as we had public engagement on this particular facility master plan, that there was, I'll say, just a general understanding or agreement that when it came to the outdoor covered arena, that there would be fundraising efforts in the community that would go on to try and help fund those improvements. I think when we were envisioning those improvements originally, they were maybe half the price. That
They're about half the price.
And so just highlighting that, that little bit of background, because what we need to get from you today is we want to give you an update and then engage in a dialogue about what are the priorities currently from the board. And based on that, then how do we consider going about funding them, whatever those priorities might be. And as we all honor Lynn's exit from the organization here in a couple of months, this conversation is really important to myself and Jesse, who are going to carry the water forward for the time being. And also acknowledging that in this particular topic, we don't want to discuss in the open meeting today, but there is a third area that we may want to invest money into, which relates to the acquisition of land that would potentially benefit the fairgrounds. We'll be talking about that in executive session later today, but I did want to at least put that on your radar that when we're talking about major projects, it's not only the exhibit hall upgrade and the outdoor covered arena, but also potential land acquisition.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on those comments, Joe, and from the 2019 Markham study, the improvements to the exhibit hall, I think had some estimates of a decent financial return. Those were based on a less expensive exhibit hall building, but just going from memory and build evidence from other counties, arenas, they never make money. Different levels of subsidy, Yamhill County comes to mind. They have invested in arenas, and maybe they're wish they hadn't, just because of the continued financial drain. And so it's, you mentioned private fundraising, which was the initial discussion on the covered arena. And that's the beginning of the investment, but what does it cost the fairgrounds in the county going forward? So maybe those economic analysis needs to be freshened up, but in light of increased costs for the capital improvements. But I think all along it was priority was turning the current facility from a dual function to a nice, clean, air-conditioned exhibit hall that would be much more attractive to exhibitors and visitors.
And I'm going to pass this on to Krager because I'm sorry, I had one more. I have one more. Sorry. I just want to run through the additional master plan projects that the livestock pavilion, as I mentioned, that's down the road. Constructing the new entry plaza, the renovating the barn with HVAC and bathrooms down the line, expanding the auditorium to the east, the OSU extension building, and the potential land acquisition. So there are some items that's still out there on the to be tackled list. But right now, and there's our beautiful picture of what we look like. But right now, funding considerations, I will pass that on to Trigger.
Excellent, appreciate it. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Joe. Good to see you all. So I thought what I would do is just provide you a quick overview of just options, thoughts as it relates to what you may, as we move forward, not only on this particular strategy, but all the other funding strategies that we have, throwing out some ideas. Some of these things you've probably heard before, others maybe are new. But just, I guess, to start off with, obviously with all this discussions about prioritization, what is going to be the highest priority? A lot of these ideas, some can bring in little bits of money, others can maybe bring in larger amounts of dollars, depending on where we go. The first thing I just brought up, obviously there are certain pots of dollars that we could potentially focus on. Again, some of you are very much aware of the transit lodging tax. Happy to say that that's very much picking up. Just got our recent quarterly distribution, nearly $280,000 of resources is our biggest yet. So it's really, really picking up. We had $190,000 in June. So first two quarterly deposits that we had with the Department of Revenue looking really good. So happy to see that come back, and also a much more aggressive collection process with the Department of Revenue. Capital improvement program, Lynn already mentioned, clearly you've seen some history of using projects or funding projects at the fairgrounds. We will have another CIP round of funding as we go into the next budget cycle that we put forward. So there are opportunities there. I'd like to bring out, we don't hear very often, bit opportunity funds. These are some of our, what I call the federalized dollars that have kind of rolled and trickled back in. It's not a lot of dollars, but it is resources that I see kind of fitting this area of where do we want to invest in the community. That is a potential opportunity. The Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, this might be new to you. I call it sort of ARPA Junior. It was the resources that came in a little bit later. It's only roughly about, over the next 2 years, about $250,000, but very flexible, complete flexible resources that we have. And actually, it was a bit of a surprise to many of us in terms of additional ARPA. And then another area I point out is that one of the things I'd like to talk to you all about kind of down the road is how do we leveraging a lot of our surplus properties that we have out there. We have accumulated a lot of dollars over the years in land sale, but I'm also wondering, there's also a lot of surplus properties on the books, but there are money that has been unused in that particular area. So again, these aren't huge volumes of dollars that we're talking about. That gets you perhaps to the price tags of these recent projects that Lynn was talking about, but are opportunities that we should discuss. As we move into the second area, and our guests behind us from the CFM Advocates, I'm really excited that they're here today. They'll have an opportunity in our next session to really dive into this a little bit, but obviously, we have opportunities from the state standpoint. We're coming up on a legislative session. And you've heard me talk a lot about opportunities around lottery-backed bonds. Where are we trying to pursue in relation to lottery dollars? Dedicated general fund appropriations. We saw this last session. The Crisis Center was fully funded because of the general fund appropriation. So there are opportunities there. That's obviously dependent on the revenue forecast. We all have to watch that carefully. And I'm sure our guests will tell us a little bit about what things are looking like there. But in December, will give us a good indication of where things are going into the next budget cycle. I also believe Business Oregon is a resource. It's economic development. When we're starting to talk about fairgrounds, I know Lynn has been great in terms of getting opportunities there, but I know there's money there. There's resources, and where can we maybe more aggressively pursue opportunities with some of the resources that they provide. And one of those, although, you know, I have sort of this help-pay relationship, I will be honest, Community Development Block Grant is a plentiful resource that is out there, but is also sometimes difficult to use and challenging. But there has been some opportunities around community centers that have come up through CDBG that I'm exploring with Rachel a little bit about how could we maybe leverage that. Again, there's a lot of moving parts to Community Development Block Grant that you have to adhere to, but we should certainly pursue and look at that. The other third bullet I have here, and while our friends from CFM Advocates are here today and to really focus on the state standpoint, Joe and I have also been talking to another wing of their firm on the federal side. And so where do we want to get more aggressive federally? Lots of opportunities out there in federal, in the federal funds, resources that we could potentially pursue. One of the things that I really like about CFM Advocates and their federal advocacy group is that they're not only there to really help support priorities at the federal, at the DC level, but they also are really good in terms of helping with the grant writing component, which is, I think, something that we lack a little bit in our abilities to aggressively pursue those. And so I'm very, very interested in what they offer at the federal level that could really help our overall capacity. Looking for federal money, there's a lot out there, but it takes a lot of research and a lot of effort to identify all those and then write good applications. And then, of course, once you have that, write that application, sometimes there's the advocacy piece that goes with it. So again, excited about those things that we might be able to pursue. That could be for anything and everything that we have in terms of priorities, but certainly could fall forward with some of the fair priorities that we have. Fourth bullet I put on here, and this is just probably me, and I know Lynn does a lot of this, but pursuing private philanthropic opportunities. Where's our strategic initiatives around that? There's a lot of, I know, great community partners here in the county, but what about also some of our national philanthropic organizations or our state organizations? Are those potential opportunities there that maybe we need to be looking into? Putting some kind of effort or campaign around that. And then lastly, you know, I can't take the credit for this. I have to say a wise commissioner whispered to me during the fair that, hey, you know, Rick, with a lot of this stuff that we're looking at around borrowing, as we talked about with the courthouse, where are there opportunities to maybe leverage the TLT as it relates to a debt service and be able to potentially expand our borrowing authority? One of in my analysis of looking at borrowing, I have not included transit lodging tax. I think I maybe at one point had a dream that maybe we could, you know, do a venture around that money. But part of what my certified smart people and financial advisors have told me is that it's very, you know, you have a lot of up and down. So trying to put it around a bonding type program probably doesn't work well, but that is resources that we know that could be dedicated by getting back in. And maybe as we look at borrowing opportunities with the rest of our JSIP project, perhaps there's an add-on, if you will. Again, we'd have to analyze that carefully. We'd have to really look at the debt service, but again, opportunities for consideration. So that's just a quick overview for you. Again, I know a lot of this stuff, you know, you have heard before, maybe some of this stuff is new. And again, give credit to Commissioner Malone. He was the one that was kind of talking to me a little bit about the ideas around potential borrowing and the use of TLT, which I think is a great idea, by the way. But obviously we want to make sure that it pencils well and that we're well secured. So with that, that concludes my one presentation.
Any comments or questions?
Just comment. I appreciate the breadth of strategies. Somehow when you were talking last March, we were invited down to Monroe for the ribbon cutting for their like pen path coming south out of the grade school. I think it was 1,300 feet of that. They had plans for more, just to continue south through town. But I think on that, they had 4 different funding sources. And this isn't a very big project, but just to take advantage of the polls out there. A lot of work to corral those dollars. I like that kind of multiple funding streams, especially when you're talking about some of the large projects. Moving in economic development, I think it's a lot of things in addition to some of the other strategies. So appreciate this summary.
I too really appreciate the update. As the former liaison to the Fair Board, I remember well all of the early strategizing. I have a pretty clear sense of my own priorities. I think that we need to think about vision and storytelling, in terms of how we want the expansion to be used, not just what it will look like. And one of the things I don't think that we have done, and it's been extremely difficult during COVID, but we talked a lot about prior to COVID, that we've done well enough is to really bring together the Corvallis part of the community and the rural, more traditional fair part of the community in a common vision. And I think that in order to think community center and think about the exhibit hall as a real enriching resource for the entire county, we need to do some more thinking about that, about bringing town and rural together. And that's, it's a tough and tall order, especially right now when politics is interfering with everything and identity is so fraught. But one of the things I've been thinking about is things that can bring us together. And I tend to think about is the arts. So music or public art, those kinds of things where we could invite community members from all parts of the community together to engage in some public art installations, to represent the county, to do some of that visioning in a real concrete and tangible way. That might also boost the level of excitement and awareness of the fairgrounds plans, because I think the fairgrounds plans have been kind of off to the side and very visible to our traditional fair constituency, but not very visible to more than a few of the likely exhibitors in the town side. So, yeah.
Other comments or questions?
Further questions, commissioners? I think what's important to staff in order for, we're not at a point where we can really move forward with any direction. We have information now more so than that we've ever had. And Rick has addressed funding considerations. But when the board thinks about, what are those next steps regarding the fairgrounds and the future of the fairgrounds, and in particular the exhibit hall and the outdoor covered arena, speaking to the priorities there is one more so over the other. We're kind of revisiting a conversation from the past, just to make sure that we as staff are still in sync with the board as we move forward. And then also, responding to Rick's ideas out there a little bit more, because there are some timing considerations, especially those, trying to combine some of the borrowing needs as he discussed. So any additional feedback you can give would be appreciated.
To me, the land acquisition is first, because if the timing is right for that, we have to jump on it. So it's all a matter of timing. And then in terms of the two buildings, the exhibit hall is definitely the priority. I think that was clearly the case in our early planning stages, and I don't see any reason to change that priority right now. But then along with that goes that need to really put together
a campaign, and a campaign that is a uniting campaign around the fairgrounds in order to be able to do any of this fundraising successfully.
Yeah, I have similar priorities. The land acquisition has been on the books for about 25 years. So if we have any opportunities to finalize that, I think we have to do that. I've got the picture of the aerial view of the fairgrounds, and I see to the west cars, but that's not on land, you know. And so I think that says the fair county fair can operate without some additional acreage. And so that you know, that opportunity is in our future. We do what we can to finish what we almost got 25 years ago. And then as far as major buildings, I don't think there's any question that the exhibit hall has some broad support from the community, and financials looking to the future has some return on investment type opportunities. It's been talked about for several years, covered arena. If people that are interested in that or have talked about fundraising to get that project off the ground, I haven't heard any, and maybe this is COVID, but haven't heard anything about fundraising. We have pledges of X amount, and it's just, well, it would be nice to have a covered arena. Yep, but like I said earlier, we have to consider what it brings to the whole picture, and if there's subsidies, operating subsidies needed in the future. What are they? What the capital cost is one thing, but operating costs are an important part of the project before we can even start.
Could you please repeat part about the priorities? Or?
Sure. What we're looking for, Commissioner, today is really trying to make sure that we as staff are still grounded and in sync with the commissioners. Previously, the direction from the commissioners was that the exhibit hall was a priority, that the outdoor covered arena was not as high of a priority, although we agreed to go ahead and design both. Now we have the design complete, we have the costing complete that we've seen here today. And so what we're trying to do is get feedback from the board about, okay, where do we go next? Is it the board's desire for us to continue to make the exhibit hall a priority? And if so, how do we go about looking at funding that particular improvement? And Rick has touched a little bit on what some of those options are today. So really we're looking for, what's the priority of the board, and what do you think that the next step should be relative to those priorities? And I did share a little earlier briefly about the land acquisition piece, and we'll be talking in more detail in executive session about that. But just your general feeling, we're trying to see if we have the board on the same page, and if so, then what are the next steps relative to that same page?
Sure. Was any of that information in that sort of form of a question anywhere in the packet that I missed? Or?
I don't believe so.
Okay. It's just, it would be easier for me to come prepared knowing what to say if I do have those questions ahead of time, because I have not been as intimately involved with Fair Board of Fairgrounds as my fellow two commissioners. And when we talk about priorities, are we talking about what's the priority of the fairgrounds master plan, or all in relation to all the priorities of the county?
In this particular case, we're talking just about what's happening at the fair or at the fairgrounds. And you'll hear additional conversations here shortly about the broader county overall, which, this would have to, depending on what kind of funding we were going for, this might have to compete about other internal projects that we're going to.
Sure. Thank you for that perspective, because it is, any of these three, these are all the outdoor, the land acquisition, any of those are fine for me. If they have a stronger opinion, they give it to commissioners, I would defer to them. If we're looking at all the priorities county-wide, fairgrounds super important, love it, but it does fall lower down on this county-wide. So I don't know if that's helpful, but
it is helpful. Rick, I guess I'll turn to you and ask you, relative to the financial conversation, what more do you need today from the board?
I think I've heard exactly what I need to. I mean, again, in terms of funding considerations, as I said, there's different mixtures here, and a lot of this is dependent on. I'll just say, when we're talking big money like Exhibit Hall, that's going to take a pretty elaborate strategy and could be a combination of all of these things. And I think in our next conversation, that is a priority will need to be compared to like other things the county is looking for, and what's the best place, and where can we seek out opportunities? Because I do think that there could be potential opportunities that we have. I think as it relates to the land piece, as you said, we're going to be in executive session. I think that is probably something that I can bring to the table when we talk at the executive session about how we can accomplish that financially. But I'll wait until that moment. So I think I've got what I need.
I guess I'll just make it clear that funding money that we get, that's great. And I'm less inclined towards saying, yeah, let's put out a lot of our own money. TLT dollars, some of this other stuff that Brady mentioned, that's great.
Yeah. Well, I'm conservative, so I certainly want to get money from the state, from the feds, anywhere I can get it before we have to actually put any kind of dollars into it. But again, I wanted you to know that that was an option out there from a borrowing standpoint if we come to it. But I do think that there are some other opportunities we can certainly pursue before we have to go down that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, the price tag was mentioned early on for the two major projects, 10 million. Is that an estimate from one company, or what kind of how are those numbers developed?
That was from LRS Architects, their estimators based on the design development. So we have quite a lengthy document breaking down all of the pricing.
Thanks. And another comment, you mentioned the OSU extension, possibly joining the fairgrounds, and I think that's a great idea. My impression is that there wasn't a lot of thought where to place the building. It was in space on the southeast corner, and I guess I would make sure we're not tied to that place.
Now, if there was a land acquisition later, it would make sense to update the master plan and see if it would make sense to relocate them somewhere else. If we have more property to work with. Yeah, the market, we just had our 29 acres to work with when we did the
just as a recovering retailer, that's pretty prime space. And is that the best use? Okay. Question. Sometimes when you put things on paper, they take on a life of their own that may not have a lot of ideas and thought behind it.
I think that was more of a placeholder at the time. Yeah.
That's important. Thanks.
Anything else on this agenda topic?
Anything else, or just thoughts?
No, I just, one thing I would say about the exhibit hall is making sure that we're not just looking at the impact on the fairgrounds, but you know, the exhibit hall is something that Corvallis and other entities are very interested in because it will drive events here, which, you know, so it's for economic development. I send a lot of business to Lynn County. And as much as we love our partners over there, I want those events to come here. So, and that all that money to come here. So that's one of the things to think about.
Well, one more comment on the master plan. I really like the entrance and tree lined walkway heading north, and on your east are people, buildings and events, and on the west is the livestock and animal areas, and I think to have all kinds of examples of mixing people and animals, the challenges that presents, and I think that's one of the nice features of this master plan is actually organized in a thoughtful way, the design.
Yes, that was a very deliberate decision. Humans here and animals there, across contamination.
Great, thank you, Commissioners. We appreciate your feedback on this topic. And I think at that point, unless Jesse, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. I think that covered it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So before we move on to our next agenda item, I see it's 90 minutes, so I'm going to call for a quick 5-minute break.
So, thank you.
Come back at 9:55.
Zach and Ellen and Ryan, come on.
Oh,
Yep, come on up. Yeah, please join us up today.
So the land acquisition, is that where people park?
Lisa Moore's given us the thumbs up.
Perfect. So we will proceed then with item number 5, the legislative agenda for 2023 state legislative session. We have with us Rick Prager, our CFO, and some guests from CFM advocates. We have Ryan Gleason, Ellen Miller, and I think Zach Reeves, and Dale Penn was unable to join us. Is that correct?
Okay. Commissioners, just a quick introduction. I'll turn it over to Rick for additional introductions. This conversation, at least the most recent version of this conversation, really came out of a meeting that Commissioner Malone and I were having earlier this summer. And this was one of the topics that Commissioner Malone engaged me in. Subsequent to that, I checked in with the other 2 commissioners individually, just saying, hey, is there an interest here or not? And so feedback I received is yes, we do have an interest in pursuing, I'll use the term lobbyist for lack of a better term right now. But so once I did that litmus test for the board, then I began working with Rick. Rick is really the contract administrator of this. We did go through an invitation for bid. That's what I believe Rick likes to call it. And so we did go through that process. And as a result of that process, selected CFM advocates. Rick and I have met with 4 of the folks involved in that group, including Dale, which is absent today. But we met last week just to get more acquainted. And really from my standpoint, we have 2 interests. And one of those interests is improving our, if you will, our lobbying relative to policy at the state level. And the second piece is also leveraging lobbying for additional dollars from the state to benefit Benton County. So those are really 2. One is policy, the other one is financial. They're able to help us do both. What we're hoping to accomplish today is to, number one, just get everybody acquainted with who's on first, who serves what role, make sure you have the ability to ask your questions. And I've also asked CFM advocates to provide other examples of other municipal clients, both city and or county, that they provide services to in the state of Oregon. So you can get an idea of what that looks like. But really today is part, in my mind, of an investment, hopefully a long-term investment in this relationship with CFM advocates, because this, in my opinion, should not be just a one and done thing. We do have a contract with CFM advocates through the end of June. So I hope that we will continue to be able to review that. But thus far, we primarily talked about their assistance at the state level. They also have folks in Washington, D.C. That are part of CFM advocates, and we have not contracted for federal lobbying, if you will, at this point. It's something that Rick and I met with Michael Skipper, is that correct? About 2 weeks ago. He was one of the CFM advocates in Washington, D.C. Regarding the services they offer at the federal level. Right now, we're talking today primarily about the state. We're, certainly Rick and I are going to be having a follow-up conversation surrounding the federal piece. But that would be an addendum to the contract that we currently have in place for the state lobbying. So it's really just a beginning of a dialogue. We do have some things that will have to happen fairly rapidly, especially if we're taking things or wanting CFM advocates to address anything at the state as part of the state legislative upcoming session. So you'll probably hear them express a sense of urgency. So we will have to have follow-up meetings with the board subsequent to today. And so with that being said, that's how we got here. And I just wanted to provide that context. And I'll turn it over to Rick to lead the rest of the conversation.
Thanks, Joe. So this is exciting. I feel like it almost feels like Christmas. I'm a kid and I got my new toy. These guys are fabulous. And I guess you've heard me talk a little bit in terms of my background, and having worked so many years in housing and working as part of the Housing Alliance and the efforts that they made around affordable housing, I think I got to see firsthand how you really can take, you know, a centralized focus and really make a difference, particularly when it comes to financial. And I just, again, saw that in my work with housing. I saw definitely in my work with education in terms of the value of really having a crisp, succinct legislative agenda that you can have professional experts come and really help you move forward. As Joe said, we went through our RFP process. This adventure started when I actually got introduced to Ellen by mutual contact, and Ellen and I had started talking a little bit. Ellen told Joe a little bit and kind of connected to the conversations, and we went through the ITB invitation to bid. And the reason we did that was because it was a contract, a smaller contract that we could move forward. But CFM Advocates moved forward with a proposal, which was wonderful. Again, I'm excited that all three of them are here representing the state. Sam, actually, Fordale's not here, but there's also another federal piece that Joe alluded to that are also equally exciting to me, and where there could be potential opportunities. But as I always like to say, this is an investment that we're making, and I think it's important, and I'm sure you'll hear from the team here, for us to really get succinct in terms of what our priorities are. So back to what you were saying earlier, Nancy, is that, you know, I think I've heard a lot of different things since I've been here at the county. I know you all have a lot of different ideas, but how do we get real succinct and clean on here's the things that we want to go after? Do you think that there is an opportunity for us as we move into this state process? And it's always based on if there's money out there, if there's revenue gap, but there's also policy issues like Joe alluded to. So again, just really excited to have all three of them here today. And with that, I think I'll just let Zach take it in terms of introducing himself and the team.
Sure. Thanks, Rick and Joe and commissioners. Good to be here with you all. I'm Zach Reeves. I have been with CFM for 5 years, a little over 5 years now. I do a lot of our local government work. So we represent the city of Eugene, city of Sherwood, and the city of Vancouver, Washington. At the state level, we've got a whole host of municipal clients, ports, counties, cities. At the federal level, and that's a whole different can of worms that, you know, Joe and Rick talked about. But I selfishly am happy that we have Benton County because I am a lifelong Corvallis and unincorporated Benton County resident. So instead of driving to Portland and Salem for my meetings, I get to drive, you know, about 10 minutes. So I'll pass it to Ryan and she can introduce herself.
Hi, commissioners. I'm Ryan Gleason, now with CFM since June, but prior to that, I worked with former co-chair of Ways and Means and now Speaker of the House, Dan Rayfield. So I am absolutely thrilled to be working with Benton County again. It was wonderful to work with you all during the 21 session when Benton County saw so many successes, and I look forward to continuing that work going into 2023.
Good morning, Chair Wise and members of the commission. I am Ellen Miller. I am subcontracting to CFM as part of your lobby team. I previously worked at CFM. Zach actually replaced me when I left to go work for DLCD. So I have extensive experience in land use, which is, I think, really important to counties. I had, as Rick mentioned, we had been talking a lot earlier this year. And when I realized the extent of the county's needs, I thought, you know who they really need? They need CFM. And so we put a team together, and with the addition of Ryan, it is the perfect lobby team for all of you. So I really think the opportunity was great, and I'm glad you took it, and looking really forward to being part of that team.
Well, so again, just delighted to have team, and then Dale. And I don't know if you want to say anything in terms of Dale.
Just briefly, Dale. So Dale is the most experienced on the CFM team. He's the state affairs partner, and he will be, you know, he's doing election / client stuff in Portland today, but will certainly be involved, you know, as needed moving forward.
So I think, as Joe said, part of what we're wanting to do is to make this conversational here today. Again, you may have specific questions as it relates to, the process. I do believe, and Zach can speak more to this than I, but I feel like we're kind of on a bit of a fast track here. I mean, the session is getting very, very close. I know today is election day, and certainly that will provide perhaps some reading of the tea leaves in terms of things that we want to be considering. I know we have a revenue forecast that will come out, I believe, in December, which is usually, is it December?
Next week.
Is it next week? And that,
December forecast.
that typically is the revenue forecast that will guide the governor's budget, but also a lot of decision making. Clearly, there'll be 2 or 3 more before it's all said and done. But again, that's something we'll want to watch carefully. So I feel like we're at this place where we're in a window of probably the next 30, maybe 60 days is very, very critical for us to get to a place of what does that agenda need to look like? What are the priorities that we have? And so that's really what we want to try to start today is a discussion around your ideas, your thoughts. I have a whole list of the things that I've heard over the time here, and probably things that aren't even on here, and certainly can help kind of go through some of those if that's helpful. But Zach, is there anything you want to say in terms of kind of our timing and things to be thoughtful about as we start to enter into the session?
No, I think you covered most of it. I mean, as Rick said, it's we're 60 days out from session starting, and so we really, we do have financial asks particularly that we want to, get in the hopper. Now is the time, and I know that there's a list a mile long that we could be working on. And I think as I told these guys on Friday, you prioritize everything, you prioritize nothing. Yeah. So, we will take guidance from you all on kind of what the tip of the pyramid is, and then go from there.
And I think, this again, I'm going through my list here. I think what we've talked about is sort of the tip, if you will, has been Jason. It's the highest priority. And we talked to the group here about Jason. By the way, Nick Kurth is here too. He's our project. And the sheriff, I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah, I think that guys both of them are great resources. You mentioned Nick as the project manager, so he has tons of information he can share. Clearly, our focus has been on relation to getting to a bond that we want to be able to pass in May. I think there's an important discussion coming up next week with the board as it relates to where we move forward on that. But I've wondered and thought in terms of how does all of this kind of play in? Do we, we're counting on obviously passing our bond, but is there a backup plan, I guess, as part of this? Do we also need to be thoughtful about if there are potential opportunities out there at the state level that we could be pursuing, that maybe we need to be putting forward as it relates to these facilities? That's the part I guess I'm a little unsure, because obviously our primary focus is going to be on passing that bond, but do we need to be considering?
Yeah, I would say that for me personally, that there are 2 clear priorities that are just very timely. One is that we have talked about, but not made a decision yet about houselessness facilities component to that fund. And whatever we choose for that, I think we will be looking to leverage state dollars. And so I think that that's going to be that's my top priority. The second priority for me would be if we could, in some way, shape, or form, get some funds for the Sheriff's Office Emergency Operations Center. And we saw some of that kind of money in the lottery-backed bonds lists from last year. And we talked to Ryan about that at the time, but I know that that's a more difficult sell, but that would be incredibly helpful if we actually had some funding to help with that component, because it has been I would say, the toughest piece to fundraise for. EOC is fine. We got some little federal dollars, but it would be wonderful. That would mean so much to the Sheriff's Office and to all of our law enforcement community that the state is interested in something that's related to law and order also.
Is there a ballpark dollar figure on that?
Yes.
So in terms of, so it's a little bit complex in terms of our campus that we have our law enforcement building, which our emergency operations center is envisioned to be a part of. I think, you know, the dollar figure that we have used in terms of planning in relation to the EOC is approximately, and I'll look at making case I get this wrong, but approximately $8 million is where we sort of landed in estimate. Again, the idea would be one component of this. But to Commissioner Ogero's point, I mean, when you look at the bond itself, I mean, the primary focus is obviously a correctional facility. We have to have a correctional facility. We have to have a sheriff's office with emergency operations that are included within that. Those are likely, at least in my experience, not things that play well from the standpoint of state, at least in my experience with corrections, not always things that get a lot of attention, but to Commissioner Ogero's point, if the emergency operations sort of lead in as, again, we will continue to move forward, we'll likely move forward as it relates to bond, but just because you pass a bond doesn't mean that we can't still garner other resources that could maybe take the pressure off of taxpayers in relation to that bond. So I think that's kind of where Commissioner Ojero is going on that. To do that, we'd have to work with Nick to make sure that we have those numbers, but Nick, I'd ballpark that.
And we do have that pie chart that we can present people that we can share that.
Yeah.
I think that the other piece that Commissioner Ojero mentioned too, in terms of the top priority, again, we're still, decisions still to be made as it relates to our bond, but part of the house is the house business issue. I think we were talking earlier a little bit offline about potential community projects that could happen. I think that there could be some momentum from the community standpoint around this, and maybe even some push on their own legislatively. And so how do we maybe partner with that coming together? I think we're hearing, you know, some numbers that might be up in the 12 to 15-ish million, I'm just going to throw out there as potentials. But so that would be a pretty elaborate, but to your point, that I think would be enormous in terms of not only addressing the issue and what we're hearing from our community around homelessness, but also be a good marriage with our so.
Commissioners, also to interject, one of the next steps that we also plan on doing is having kind of a round table with key department directors and some key staff members to make sure that they know CFM and that we have a similar dialogue with department directors, just so we can put as much on our radar as possible. But yet, as we try and continue to refine, you know, what are those priorities. I think that'll be a really good dialogue. And it'll really help me when I talk with Michael Skipper in particular with the federal opportunities. And based on the amount of money that's out there, at least infrastructure bill, I think we do need to make sure our department directors know that we have a lobbying firm on board. Of course, we have to decide if we use them for the federal piece. But talking with Michael, there's a lot of money on the table right now. There's the infrastructure bill's a 5-year bill. They've already gone through one round of funding, so that means we have 4 opportunities left. But anyway, just to let you know that that's another part of the process for us to familiarize and have dialogue with the department directors as well that we know have needs.
So I just want to back this up for a minute. Can we quickly cover like timeline? Like what are we looking for? Looking at timeline wise.
In terms of figuring out priorities, or just
yes, the whole
speaking?
process.
So session starts January 17th, day after MLK Day, and then we have 180 days, and the state will set its biennial budget in the long sessions. So Rick mentioned the revenue forecast. I think the last one was generally in May. Is that right? So the budget conversations kind of happen in the back half of session, so they could wait until that May revenue forecast to have final numbers to what they're budgeting for. But the ground, you lay the groundwork, essentially starting now. Like we'll take what we learn here and we'll go out and start, meeting with our local delegation to begin with, and start talking about those priorities. But the decisions are made budget-wise in May, June, but we want to have, you want to have all your ducks in a row prior to that. So really, the three of us will hit the ground running basically from here with the city priorities. It's a lot of we'll work with LSC to on some of the bigger stuff, but we're here to represent the county. So LSC is great in the stuff that they do. It's great to be part of an association on certain policy and other issues. But when it comes down to kind of advocating for the county, that's what we're here for. So I mean, long answer coming back to it. Essentially now we kind of hit the ground running now. And then once session starts, it's really kind of a sprint to the finish, basically.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that part about the timing of our bond and going to the voters, and then submitting money after that makes it a bit of a challenge. Rick, could you also, you said you had a short list of some items. Could you please go over those?
Oh, I'm happy to. So, I mean, again, to Commissioner Ogerow actually hit on to already. Jason obviously was something that I wanted to bring up. I believe this is what I heard as the highest priority. Homelessness, houselessness, she mentioned in terms of leveraging the bond. I would add on to that we have our HOPE recommendations, and within our HOPE recommendations, we have sort of some priority areas that we're focused on. So yesterday's a good example. We had a conversation, and this particular idea around resource center was a discussion, but homelessness is complex. I mean, we need affordable housing. We need permanent supported housing. We need transitional housing. We need, warming shelters. I mean, there's so many things. And then there was also effort afoot during the short session to give counties $1 million allocations for coordinated care of services, and that's helping us build an infrastructure, but that infrastructure has to be sustained. Mm-hmm. And so I would probably throw that in there. So there's a variety of things I think that we could go around homelessness that are multiple.
That was the regional pilot bill from
yeah. So, and I know there will be a continued conversation around ongoing, because there's been a lot of money allocated to local jurisdictions for one-time funding for houselessness recently, without any thought to kind of how those things are maintained moving forward. And so there are conversations ongoing around how to establish essentially an ongoing allocation to jurisdictions.
And to go along with that, to the jurisdictions, to us, to help do this coordination, play the coordination role, which has turned out to be really vital. Our experience here locally has been with the HOPE Advisory Board, that once we stepped in and took a leadership role and brought the city of Corvallis in alongside us, it's helped our nonprofits have a much clearer sense of direction and a lot better coordination amongst themselves, because they don't feel like they're competing against one another for every dollar. There's a bigger vision, and that's helped, and we want to continue that. But the other piece is that for any of these organizations that do this really tough work, it's the staffing. And one of the pieces that we're continually focusing on is how to get that case management that's so vital to get people out of homelessness and into homes funded. And I think that the 1115 waiver and some of the issues around helping provide to funds address the social determinants of health could help with that, but I'm not completely sure. So that's an arena that is also very complementary, and it's kind of half policy, but funding as well. So that would make a big difference in terms of the homelessness issues.
So, Joe, public safety, as I called it, was around the JSIP, and then housing and homelessness was sort of the second thing. I also had sort of a subsector called transportation.
Yeah.
And so with that, I had written down the Corvallis Albany multi-use pathway, the 53rd Street overpass project. the West Hills upgrade and bridge replacements. I've heard a lot, and I'm taking a lot of this from what Gary talked about around the infrastructure bill.
Yes.
And so that's, again, that I don't know how much of that maybe goes into the state, because a lot of that I think comes mostly from the feds. So that might be something we talked about more from the federal standpoint, but again, wanted to put those things out. I have a category of economic development, which we just talked about. I see a lot of the exhibit hall and the things that we're trying to do out at the fairgrounds. I see those as economic development type engines. You heard about the exhibit hall and the master plan that we have out at the fairgrounds. I don't know if this fits economic development, but I put it there. The historic courthouse renovation. And that I think I mentioned to you in our meeting. We have huge seismic rehab needs there. We have the dollars already, as you know, for the courthouse campus. So eventually those folks will move out, but there is a lot of need in terms of historic preservation. I always wondered about the historic preservation fund and where are there opportunities around that. And then I think the last category I had chair-wise is of my notes was around climate control and transit. And we, as I mentioned today, we've been fortunate to be put in the bills for Fazio for transit electric vehicle buses, as well as a charging station. But I know that's a whole hot area that maybe we could explore a little bit about where are there opportunities. Commissioner Malone, you talked to me a little bit about some ideas you had in terms of traffic signals and those different types of things. So again, that's my sort of, I'm sure there's a lot more chair-wise, but that was kind of the 5 categories of economic development, public safety, housing, homelessness, transportation, and climate that I had come up with. But you guys can help me populate other ideas that we have.
Yeah, no, that's a really great list. Thanks for paying attention. I just, some of those are pretty broad cups. The piece about the law enforcement or public safety, we just recently heard from the sheriff that there's going to be a need for over $20 million in radio or some sort of infrastructure, towers, lakes. That's a lot of money. Where do we get that from? So,
I have a question about that piece. Is that included in the bond?
No.
No.
And that is goes beyond just Benton County. It's our regional 911 center and partners as well, because it's fire and emergency response and law enforcement, and it goes beyond our borders.
And is that a seismic retrofit, or is that just a general upgrade of the system?
So there's 2 interoperability contracts we have, Elbrig and Elbrig, and they reach out to Lane and in our county as well. And so it's about interoperability between the counties, and they're all law enforcement fire personnel within those counties.
And like an aging and decline of the
Chair-wise, it was one of the categories of water, sewer, and infrastructure. We are putting about $1.6 million of our ARPA dollars that we got as a county into our water, sewer upgrades for our service districts. I'm guessing that's probably going to be helpful, but not able to do everything that we need to. So I do think that there are probably some needs around that. And I would also add to that, we talked a lot about this, but around broadband.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, these communications, I'm thinking broadband for economic development and emergency communications.
And we do have, we're active in our broadband action team locally, and with the Sequoia Consulting, all that. So, but yes, we do need to really determine what would be the best bang for the buck in terms of investment here. We know that we've got good service across most of the county, but not great. And certainly not adequate for more than one person to do homework and work from home and so it's a challenge, and I think we're going to be challenged because of the fact that we are at the adequate service level in so many places, and we don't have the huge absolute voids that some places do.
Just a quick little update. I did meet with Jim from Pioneer Connect the other day, and they got some grant money. Yes, some major grant money, and he showed me their giant map, and they're gonna roll out the fiber optics in most of the rural areas of the county so far. So there's still patches and plans for future grants and future rollouts, but it's a great step forward.
It is, it's fantastic, and that's USDA rural development dollars.
And they were already doing some of it.
Yeah.
And I think the grant will speed things up and allow them to do more than the original plan.
Yes, and reach people that otherwise never would have gotten the opportunity, or who knows how many years it would have taken to get that.
Yeah, I think frankly, some of the challenge now is just parts of Corvallis that are poorly served as much as some of our rural areas. But the other thing water related is that we have talked for years about going back to our countywide water planning effort and have very much wanted to work with the small cities and Corvallis and Albany to really think long-term about, again, I'll use the word interoperability and the ability to have a more resilient system with the interties and backups for our water infrastructure, looking to the long-term future when resources are going to be severely tested. And we have some communities that have abundant resources like Adair Village and communities that are really tenuous in their water resources like Monroe and Willamette is in between. And while everyone's looking at their immediate infrastructure needs and upgrading their drinking water and sewage infrastructure now, what we're hoping to do is look at that next round and get a jump on it and take an integrated approach.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to put a plug in for the federal team for CFM. They could be really essential for that work. Looking forward.
It's the biggest problem that we're having in that area is getting the initial kind of concept and plan together, because none of the small cities and not a county do we have that water expertise to do it. And so we've been talking about it, and we keep telling the state that, and this is true for counties all across the board, that we don't have the local staffing capacity or the general fund dollars to get to this issue, which is so vital. And I did speak to DeFazio's chief of staff at one point, and she was really excited about it, but we didn't have anything to give her.
It's and a lot of what they do at their model is very different from what we do at the state level. They provide that, like they're there to provide that kind of, they walk smaller local governments through the grant writing process because they know when to call in Representative DeFazio to send a letter to whatever agency. And so that's kind of, to put a plug in for them. That's where that is exactly what they do. For these, Clark County, is it the Port of Moro, these smaller jurisdictions that don't have that staffing capacity to navigate that grant process that can be overwhelming if you don't know what you're doing.
And assist with writing the grants.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is not the grant writing or that piece of it, it's the facilitation to bring the jurisdictions together so that we have that's the piece that we really need. And the regional water pilots. That
the place-based planning.
Place-based planning is almost too much. That's more than we need, but we need something to make this work.
Yeah, interesting.
So I have a question. So to help my understanding, what's your bandwidth? Like, how many top issues can we get on your plate?
Well, I think it really depends on what the top issues are. Going out, just back of the napkin, $20 million. That's a fairly sizable chunk of money that you'd be asking for at the state level, especially, we'll know more a week from tomorrow what the revenue forecast says, but what we've been seeing so far is that the next biennium or two are not going to be as fruitful as the previous couple bienniums have been. Mainly, a lot of that is the the federal dollars are starting to turn the faucet on. So You know, a big budget ask like that is that will, I mean, candidly lead up a fair amount of the bandwidth. In you know, if we want to kind of try to be successful at that. So I guess there's no, you know, I don't have a concrete answer for, you know, we can do, you know, 3 policy items or whatever, but depending on kind of what we decide here, I would say it seems like that is kind of priority number 1 in some way, shape, or form. And then, you know, we can put some feelers out there and see kind of based on the budget environment, based on how strongly our local our delegation feels about it, and then kind of go from there and see what comes after that.
Sure, that's great. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys are successful. Successful. Sorry, Commissioner Lowe.
Yeah, what I know about the process is you need to be opportunistic. Have your list and figure out door closed, oh, maybe there's an opening in this area. I appreciate Rick on a couple of levels paying attention to some casual conversations, and we're paying attention.
I do my best, Commissioner.
Which is pretty darn good.
Catch you at the fairgrounds, and there it is on your notepad. But I appreciate the background, and I guess reinforce it. There's separate buckets of money. Say, well, we want $1 million. Which bucket is that in? And you come back to us and say, well, that's too high. At $8 million, it might fly, and on a lot of these things, there's going to be different funding streams. What you can access is will be helpful. Let's see, on your list, I do a fair amount of transportation work. Add one more project to your list, and that's the Boulevard Smart Signals.
That's what I know. You told me about this.
And it's a $10 million project, and ODOT was thinking it in the 24, 27 funding cycle, and lately ODOT is not so cheery about that. But the reason I like this project, Flowood Boulevard is a highway, and also corrals and increasing number of houses and businesses and overall traffic. And this project would move traffic more efficiently without expansion or turn lanes. To get a full clarification, smart signals don't cost $10 million for intersections. It's not on your plan. It's $1 or $2 million, but curves and crossings, and there's a whole bunch of other things that go with it. So it is a little bit complex, but there are different funding streams to help with that.
There's a corridor study that's going to be happening too, as I understand, in terms of that.
On 20, that's 20, right?
Yeah, it's 20. 2034, I think at that point. And the neighbors that are on the parallel roadways are also very interested because they see so much overflow traffic, West Hills in particular. Yeah, and that study, I don't know when it's starting, but I've heard about it more from neighbors in the community than I have in the city of Corvallis. But
and I don't have an update on that. Nick Metzler's back, who had really helped advance that prior to his leaving, but I'm not sure what the current status is.
Yeah.
As far as the COG, we've talked about it, ODOT's talked about it, and well, we did that back here, and so I'm not sure, maybe Corvallis is doing something, but I'm not sure there's anything currently on the books on for a regional.
And that would be adding stoplights in between Corvallis and Plymouth, or updating the existing ones?
The only thing I know about smart signals is they're smart enough to recognize that's a car, that's a 80,000 pound truck. Keep the light green so we don't stop the truck.
Interesting.
But that's probably all I.
And we met with ODOT a couple of years back. It's probably been 18 months ago, is my guess. And, you know, what we were really trying to lobby for was a corridor study. We weren't advocating for additional traffic lights, but we do believe that there has to be more analysis of that corridor to improve the congestion. It's just definitely getting worse and has been over the last couple of years. And ODOT brought forward that traffic signal, smart signal project, which I think is a good project for sure. But we were really advocating for a corridor study that not only that went from Philomath all the way to I-5, frankly. And so that's what we were advocating for at the time. That's what was kind of a key cog in that wheel, no pun intended. And he was out for about 6 months or so. I think he just got back in August or September. But that is a major concern for sure.
So being that that's ODOT right of way, it still obviously is important and it affects the county. But isn't that more ODOT's responsibility?
It is ODOT's responsibility, technically, but the city and the county have been advocating for. We've been rattling their cage to get them to focus on it more because we believe they haven't focused on it enough.
Yeah. So is that something that you guys can help with?
Those can be challenging conversations, you know, with trying to get the state agency to, you know, if you all choose that that's where you want to spend your, you know, the basket of political capital we have, then we will certainly go forth and try to conquer. But those can be, you know, those don't have, I guess, those don't have to be during session conversations, right? Those can be like in the interim type of stuff.
So hearing that, maybe that would drop that lower.
I think it's a not this session issue, but it's a
Sure.
it's one of those issues that is volatile and spikes, you know,
Sure.
and it's only going to get worse. So it's something that it's simmering for us.
So I know, you know, Oregon historically has done a big transportation package about once every 10 years, and we'll be 6 years past House Bill 2017 from 2017. So we're looking at, you know, in the next couple of years, starting those conversations up around another transportation package. And I know that there was, you know, money for the 34 to I-5 in the last one. Maybe there's an opportunity there for a, you know, if it's something to put on the back burner for a little while. There's always jurisdictional transfer conversations. I don't know if that's, you know, that's a whole different can of worms for that road, but certainly money for feasibility studies, money for, you know, some safety upgrades are things that could be talked about in, you know, conversations around the potential transportation package.
Okay. So can we, it sounds like, do we at least agree that Jason, our Justice Improvement Program, is the #1 priority?
Yes, with the caveat that any kind of a houselessness facilities addition sweetener is also a high priority, so that any money that we add into our bond would be leveraged with some, so to make something actually happen. One of the things I want to say about that is that as Rick already mentioned, would be a partnership with a local nonprofit, most likely, and so that is funds that wouldn't come to the county, that would go to a third party. And so it might not count against the 20 million that we're talking about, you know, looking at for the county per se, but just looking at the politics and optics and how best to do that.
Sure. So my #2 would be homelessness, houselessness, mental health, behavioral health, kind of all that. Yeah. Do you want to say that's our #2?
I
also on the top list.
And there are some policy kind of funding issues there too, with, like all the conversations going on around Measure 110. I don't want to see the behavioral health resource networks go away because they've just started, and I really would like to give them a chance to do some good work.
So is that an additional house assistance component to the 12 to 15 that you identified as part of the,
Yeah, that's the same.
Okay, all right, so, okay.
But if you can get more.
Sure. Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, make sure we're clear here, we're talking about the Lee 1623 bond, and I think it would be very helpful to, even if we haven't secured state funding, to say we are pursuing and as specific as we can get, pursue opportunities to add to what we're asking for our taxpayers to fund. And I think there will be opportunities for that discussions, the local nonprofits, how they fit into our efforts, and make it really clear that we're not just putting the whole burden on bond measure next May, and working as hard as we can to find supplemental funding for what we're trying to achieve. And I think any kind of leads or what we're working on, if they have some specifics to it, it would be helpful in that discussion. It isn't here, but just to make it really clear that we're not just dumping the whole load up on local taxpayers.
Sure.
We have just responded to an Oregon Health Authority RFTA, we called it, request for grant
I think it's an
application.
intent to apply for dollars. This is just so you guys
Yes.
know, this is that general, you know how the legislature did some special allocation, they did a special general fund allocation, then a special session for mental
What?
mental
Mental health housing.
And so now they're finally kind of getting to this point, and that's what the commissioner is
Yeah.
referring to.
So it's just this one last application period. I think they opened it up like 5 or 6 times over the course of this year. And we've applied for funds for a secure residential treatment facility that would aid in our ability to house folks that are coming back from the state hospital on aid and assist that misdemeanors that are not really able to aid in their own defense at that point, and they don't have other housing to come back to. They do need to be in a secure facility because of the potential risk that goes to the community. So that is not part of our justice system improvement program, but it is very, very much related and would be a huge improvement to our capacity here to provide for community safety and for better outcomes for individuals that are in pretrial status or anyone that is needs civil commitment, frankly, that is a danger to themselves or others. So we may get that funding. We may not get that funding, but if they run out of the state, that's where we would really like to help, is to make sure that OHA gets that fund replenished by the legislature so that we can be prepared.
That was the year that Commissioner was exactly right. The April the health director. I mean, obviously they're doing their best to put it together, a good application, but it's a pretty quick application, and so I think he's sort of hedging a little bit that. Well, you know, if we don't get it, then we have an opportunity to come around, which I think is always a good thinking. But what if the money isn't there? And part of my concern is that similar to what they did in education, some of they had all this extra money, they just threw a big block into it with the expectation that it's a one-time investment. So will there be continuation? I asked Damien a little bit about that on the side yesterday. He was sort of lukewarm about it was. So from an advocacy standpoint.
Well, my guess with the Mossman decision,
Yes.
they're probably going to have to put
Yes.
more money into that fund.
I think so.
So that would be, I think, something we would maybe not from the standpoint of dollars directly to us, but dollars that could be made available to us down the road, trying to ensure that, because I think that falls into that homelessness agenda. I mean, it's another element, like you said, is there's so many different things that we need to pursue, but I would kind of block that into their, I think what seems to be their priority.
And that type of advocacy, I think we can really dovetail well with AOC, because I think that they are the ones that can be working more, targeting that type of replenishment of funds. And we will be attending the AOC lobby meetings, so we will be there. And so when we get signal from you that you want to be supportive of these types of things, we can add your logo to a letter. We can, have you submit a letter, possibly testify if we're in the building, go meet with legislators. That's the value of having your boots on the ground at the Capitol.
If I may, just so I don't lose sight of it, and these aren't maybe as big, but I think things that, again, that you've talked about, I'm trying to channel the sheriff and the district attorney a little bit. One of the conversations with the district attorney recently was, I believe there's a bill going forward related to adjustments to how district attorneys are paid.
Yes.
And I guess I want to put that on the radar because that was very important to the district attorney and trying feeling that DAs aren't getting paid appropriately. So I guess I just like that. I don't know what the status of that bill is, or but something to put forward. And then from the sheriff, recently we've been talking about community corrections and dollars that we get from the state for community corrections, perhaps not being sufficient for our services. So again, I know that's a revenue type thing, but it's something that's, I think it probably impacts all counties.
Yes.
But I think is another important element just to put in my public safety bucket of things for consideration. And then my last question, I just don't want to lose sight of lottery, because I believe lottery is, while the state is settling a little bit on tax, the general fund lottery seems to continue to grow. What is your thoughts on pursuit of lottery-backed bonds? And we saw some pretty huge projects funded at the county level last session. And I know, we talked about the Emergency Operations Center, but I mean, I saw some things in there like 50 million investments. And so when I think of economic development, when I think of lottery, I think of economic development, the fair that we talked about earlier, the exhibit hall, and then potentially maybe even helping fund part of our case facility potentially. So I guess I'd love to hear your thoughts about pursuit of lottery money or lottery backed bonds, because I know that starts, you have to kind of get in the queue of project requests. It's going to be part of the bond bill eventually. But any thoughts about pursuit for those kind of resources?
I'm happy to give my jaded
perspective. You can give your
I think it's less important to say, I want this type of money for this, I want this type of money for this, and I want this type of money for this. I think it's more important to say, here are our priorities as a county, here are the kind of buckets that we think that they fit in, knowing that like houselessness and homelessness, but I mean, those are going to be huge issues going into 2023. But I think when I sat on the other side of folks coming to myself and then Coach Rayfield, it's really important to just outline the priorities, because LFO, the Legislative Fiscal Office, they are the certified smart people. They are the ones that are able to, depending on what the co-chairs and the presiding officers want, put the pieces together. So I think focusing less on the color of money and just saying like, these are our priorities, these like are what we're going after.
And the reason I ask is I just know like Amanda from LFO had sort of this process to where if you wanted lottery back money, you had to put like this little project form in place and stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that if that is something we should do, we get ahead of everybody else.
And I'll add to that a little bit more. Yes, I think we should fill out that form for every project because if you're relying on just a budget request and you just give it to the co-chairs and you put it on their list, you know, that's one thing. You are at their mercy for them to bring it up in the war room down in LFO when they're talking about trading the budget items. So I think the most important part is to have it on the co-chairs list, but then also fill out that form, whether we want that type of funding or care if we have that type of funding or not, because then it forces them to have the conversation because it showed up on that list. It forces them to talk about this project or whatever project it ends up being.
Are lottery backed bonds always part of the biennial budget process, or is there an open solicitation?
It's biennial.
No,
they don't have the
it's-
authority.
Yeah, it's a kind of a end of the session thing, every session. Or every
And they
long
don't,
session.
usually don't offer any opportunities during the special or short session, it's usually just a 2-year session thing.
I think they did some lottery.
Do they update the numbers?
I think they update the note. Yeah, I think it's some
We can find out
adjustments.
about that though.
Yeah, we will find that.
But you know, we're going into a long session now, so it's kind of the chunk, the bigger chunk of it is done.
I think we've kind of viewed lottery backed bonds as a real opportunity, especially after we looked at some of the
I mentioned to you guys last week, back to JSIP. So another part of JSIP is our courthouse facility, of which we have been appropriated about $20.4 million of bonds through their, what's it called?
CC.
CCIP or something like that. It's basically the Oregon Judicial Department. So, but the cost estimates that I mentioned have gone up. And so part of what we will need in this next biennium is authorization of additional $5 million of bonding authority that gets us to our total estimate. So that's part of the JSIP suite as well. In addition to that, I think, you know, we're in the process of negotiating our funding agreement with the Oregon Judicial Department, and the way they approach things is sometimes in phases, biennial phases. So there may be, we don't know this for sure, a need to make an adjustment that, because, you know, they don't issue bond until the end of the biennium. And so they're coming up on that right now. So they may say, well, rather than 20, maybe we issue 15, meaning then we've got to get that next 5 million reauthorized just because of the timing of the phases. So I just want to put that on the radar as well as part of the JSIP. We want to definitely make sure we have track of that $5 million that we need, but we may need to make some adjustments as it relates to the structure of our current authority. That's more to come on that. I think I got, every time I think I've got all my list, one comes up.
I'm the same way. So we've definitely highlighted JSIP, homelessness, hope stuff, and then a lot of sort of little smaller moving parts. I guess I'll add in there, you know, we've heard climate, broadband, those are important things, but I feel like they've already got a lot of attention. And so, yes, being opportunistic about those, but maybe not adding those to like our top focus.
Well, I think some of those, like the broadband, we have to apply. There are competitions for those funds.
Well, and there is going to be some legislation in 2023 for to set new sideboards for the broadband fund. So just want to make sure that the county is not excluded from anything, right?
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
We mentioned a little bit about transportation, and I just want to put a plug in for all those failing bridges that we have. I know some projects that are closer to the cities tend to get more attention. But you know, for rural residents, it's not always as easy to find a detour. You know, if the bridge goes out and we close it, which we've had to do several of our bridges. And I believe it's more expensive once we close the bridge than if we are doing maintenance on the way. So,
I'm wondering on the transportation elements, kind of based on exactly the same as well. You know, there's still the federal discussion that we need to have at some point. It feels to me, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but that might be where we want to pursue from a federal standpoint potential appropriations from the infrastructure bill. And I know that Michael was talking to us about huge opportunities with relation to that. And you know, we've got some pretty big, price tags on these transportation projects, but maybe that's an effort that we could talk about. I mean, it could be on our list from a state standpoint. Like you said, it's always good to have the list in case something comes up. At the same time, maybe that's a federal discussion we take on, because I think part of that is really working closely with public works and making sure they're on board with this as well.
Sure, and at the end of the day, I don't care where the money comes from. I just want to keep on people's radar because I feel like it's something that the county has not, highlighted enough in the past decade or two.
Well, I know that the states do get direct allocations from the IIJA. Most of that money is allocated. We've got some fairly large transportation projects coming up here up north. But going back to what I said earlier about the conversation around the transportation package coming up in a few years, that's one option. But a more, the most immediate source of dollars would be those. Some of those brand new federal grant programs that are being stood up for the transportation stuff, and because most of our transportation dollars anyway are from the feds, they just flow through ODOT. So going direct to the source is not a bad option, but I think most of the air in the room around statewide transportation projects is being sucked up by Interstate Bridge, and then the Rose Quarter and other projects up there. So on the list, certainly.
Totally understandable.
Sure.
We just want to make sure that our rural community members have a voice. So
actually, I think this is one of our biggest challenges, commissioners, relative to our transportation projects. We just do not have the money to do a significant number of bridges, nor do we have the money for the 53rd overpass. And that continues to be a priority as well. And right now we have no funding solution whatsoever for that. And it could be 5 years, could be 10 years, could be longer before we're able to complete that project. So I think, if we have projects like that that are important, that's where we really need to work with Michael Skinner on the federal side from CFM Advocates. And he shared with us that the number of transportation programs has really expanded based on the infrastructure bill. And I think the example he gave is that there used to be 4 key programs, if you will, and now that's expanded to like 14 or 15 for available pots of money. So we did talk to him about, in particular, the 53rd overpass.
Part of what I would be interested in with respect to those rural bridges, Commissioner Wise, is we updated our transportation systems plan, but in that plan, we talked about designating some of our rural roads as freight routes and some as bicycle routes. And I think we need to do that work and to look at the whole road network and what are the most critical rural bridges and the ones that are posted now with weight limits for those freight route purposes. And because as I look at it, every time we get one of those weight limit notices, I think about the truckers and what kind of a puzzle they have to put together in order to thread their way from point A to point B. But as a commissioner, I have not seen any mapping of that or any kind of a strategic prioritization. And I'd really like to see that because I think that would help us tell a compelling story and to bring more funding to those rural areas.
Great thing to add to our next maybe joint planning commission meeting and bother Darren about.
It's a joint public works community development project, and it's been discussed for years, but we haven't moved forward due to COVID and other capacity issues.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up. I remember being on the planning commission, went over the TSP and all those designations. So that's good work that we should continue.
I guess as far as how I see priorities at a real different take in Commissioner Wise, maybe it's short-term focus on short, medium-term focus on JSIP and homeless, but some of the others that Rick mentioned, I think have aren't just add-ons, or we'll get to them later. I think they're as essential as anything when there are opportunities, and especially talking about transportation, that's a whole separate funding stream. We should be paying attention because we have the needs. Maybe could be better organized about how we're prioritizing projects, but hopefully you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Have maybe we'll try to tighten up our priority list, but I think that was a good summary of where part of this effort is feedback from you folks. What seems to be moving? Zach, you mentioned the transportation every decade comes around. And, oh, we're way behind on transportation issues. Let's significant lot of money towards that so we can catch up and on the federal level infrastructure bill. I think we should be paying attention to that instead of continuing to put weight limits on our little bridges scattered around the county.
If I might propose, so lots of great stuff. I know talking to Zach and the team that part of this is, to your point, Commissioner Wong, is to have certain menu of everything, but at the same time have a prioritization of what's most important. I feel like that's sort of framing up here a little bit, but ultimately everything I think will be important for them to be aware of, because as opportunities present themselves, I think they would help us in trying to pursue those. What I'd like to propose, if you're okay, is to take these notes and be able to kind of frame this up a little bit myself and get it back to you, make sure I've captured everything in almost kind of a, I'll do my best in terms of the prioritization piece, but also in kind of a categorical way. Here's public safety issues, here's economic development issues, and kind of put it in that type of framing. Make sure I'm capturing everything, and then I can throw it to Zach, and he can say, this giving me any advice or thoughts about changes. I've just thrown that out as a proposal. I asked you, Commissioner Wise, and commissioners, if that works for you as well as you guys, if you think that's the right track.
Sure. So, and I guess so what I've heard is we've identified with our two big topics, and then also given permission, obviously not permission, but encouraged you to be flexible when the opportunities come up. Rick, you're going to put that all together, which is perfect. That can help guide them with the flexibility. People take a look at it before you give it to them. And then we also have a round of our directors who will also be with them. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct. I really think that's an important meeting to have. And so Rick and I will put that together and lead it and connect everybody up and have a dialogue. I think what should happen first, however, is that Nick should sit down with this team for an hour and just give you more information regarding JSIP and the various facilities that we've envisioned and kind of where we're at with that project. Because that is right in our face as we speak. And so I think Nick having the opportunity to show you some pictures, the campus layout that's been looked at will be very valuable. So we'll make sure that happens as quickly as possible.
And along those lines, be able to identify our shovel-ready projects, how far along in the planning, and already secured some funding, kind of help prioritize the list of projects going forward. The other thing I was going to say is I've been involved in government relations, just personally and sometimes with a small group. And what's generally missing with the volunteer type efforts or part-time efforts is the sustained effort that's needed. That's, if you're going to be successful, you can't, get all excited and talk a time or two to the legislator or staffer or and then I got that done and drift off back to your day job. And so I think this I'm really excited about this, having a team that including Rick that can sustain our effort and help us maybe fine tune our priorities and looking forward to more discussions like this.
I have one more question. I guess, so thinking about, you mentioned other clients, how do you guys balance your different clients' needs and priorities? I mean, is it possible that some of your other clients' priorities might be competing with ours at some point?
I mean, we're all kind of obligated to avoid conflicts of interest with our clients as contract lobbyists. But I think, you talk about balancing different budget asks with, we're very cognizant of our political capital, how far it goes, and not taking on too many, budget, specifically with the budget stuff. So we have, I think we just turned down a client last week because there was another budget ask involved, and that's just too much. And so, we're certainly, again, going back to if you have a ton of priorities, you have none. If folks see us too often on too many issues, then they just start to tune you out. And so we're fortunate to be in a position where we can pick and choose, who we represent. And I think it was pretty unanimous from us that we wanted to represent Benton County. We had the capacity to add what we decided here to the list. So.
Yeah, I'll just add that we take conflicts very seriously. If anything arises during the legislative session, it seems like a conflict, we will address it right away. But Zach is right, like we are going to be choosing our clients in the work that we do, because if for us to be successful, you have to be successful, right? So, and vice versa. So it's really important to us to kind of think through all of that before we even put a proposal forward.
Great, well, happy to hear it. Any other comments or questions on this agenda item?
Just a quick one on the federal component that's hanging out there. I've heard more urgent, or what's our deadline or timetable for making that decision?
Well, like Joe said, we're both, Joe and I met with Michael, him and I need to get back together and debrief from that. It was a great conversation. I was as excited that time as I was the first time that I met with them, I think. But I would say now's the time, because when you think about, I think I always had in my head that, we have some time around this, but now is the time as it relates to starting to get into the upcoming budget. So I think we need to be sooner than later. And Joe and I both know that. And so we would need to initiate that relatively soon to kind of move that particular agenda going as well. And that would be, a different team, but also pretty qualified by this one. So. And
we also work closely with them, communicate with them regularly. So we would be generally aware of what they were working on, as they would be generally aware of.
Yeah, so there are, as we, kind of prioritize kind of what funding requests we're going after, we can coordinate with them to fill the gaps and figure that out.
And that's why I think if we have both, we looked at, because of course you're prioritizing here, but like I said, maybe the transportation falls more on the federal side, and there's sort of that balance where they're working with one another. But I think part of that discussion, I think it's fair to say, is that it's just like this, it's an investment that we make, but we're really going to need in this particular case, because it's federal money. We're going to need our department heads that are, Gary is one that comes to mind, specifically around public works and transportation, because there's work associated with this, and getting federal money, they can help us apply for it, but ultimately we've got to administer it.
Yeah.
And so I think there needs to be a very strong partnership there.
And on the programmatic side, there's so much money in the Bureau of Justice Assistance and some of the public safety side of things that we just don't tend to go for it. And so, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for the departments to scope it out.
Very good.
Would you say we need to decide on the federal component this month?
I would say yes.
So, what I was going to follow with the commissioners, I think, by the end of November, we need to have them under contract and likely have had a conversation potentially on November 29th. Rick alluded to it a little bit. The approach that we're taking right now is different than what Benton County has historically taken. And so just recognizing that our approach is going to be different. I have some work that I need to do with department directors to buy into what we're trying to accomplish. And, these federal dollars especially have some strings attached. And so, from my standpoint, the dollars we're going to go after have to be of a certain magnitude that make it worthwhile while. And I think that's what you'll hear from some of the department directors, but setting the expectation, okay, department directors, we are going to move forward with lobbying, and we want to work with you to identify projects that are important to you that we can incorporate into the board's priorities, make the board aware, see where they fit. But just set the expectation that we're not going to sit back. We're going to be assertive in terms of how we're approaching looking for dollars. And these folks, we've already talked to them last week about maybe some of that institutional resistance to this concept. And that's my responsibility to break through that, set the stage, set the expectation, and get us moving. So from my standpoint, we need to get them under contract sooner rather than later, hopefully by the end of the month. And we already have we've had two conversations with Michael Skinner. I've had one as of a week and a half ago. So it's something that I am supportive of, not only doing what we're doing at the state level, but I'm also supportive of pursuing the federal perspective as well. And Rick and I just haven't had a chance to sit down and solidify whether or not we both feel that way. Once again, it's an investment of time and money, certainly. But I think we will have better outcomes with this investment.
So we'll be talking more about this on November 29th. Is that?
I would say that's a target. I won't say I can't commit 100%.
But we'll be able to have all this conversation at that time.
I can assure you I would have the contract in place by the 29th, because when we did this, we did everything. So it's easy for me. I don't have to go through another process. All I'm looking at is an amendment to add on the federal component. So that would be really easy. It's just a matter of getting this in place. Commissioner wise, today I know we talked a lot about we warned you guys that there would be a lot of money piece and all of this. I don't know that we talked a lot about any policy objectives that you might have. And I don't know that if you have. That's an area that I'm not as familiar with in terms of anything that you may want to be advocating in terms of kind of rule shifts or law shifts. I think you said it well at our meeting that a lot of times counties are more on the defensive, playing defense as opposed to offense. But I just wanted to put that out there. Maybe that's something you continue to think about, and maybe give me some additional information I can pass on to them. But I don't think anything jumps out to you yet.
Probably not that we have time for today.
Yeah. And I've mentioned a couple of them already. The Behavioral Health Research Networks and Singles continue would be priority for me.
There certainly is an intersection here with AOC, which you have alluded to, and we talked about that in our meeting to this. That we certainly want to leverage AOC from a lobbying perspective as well, especially when it comes to policy. But there are opportunities, I think, where either we may differ from what AOC is advancing, and if so, that's where I think these folks can help out. So I think we've got to figure that policy piece out more so than we have today, focused on money.
And we coordinate closely with AOC. You know, you're a member of an association, so they can be the tip of the spear on a lot of stuff. And we also, you know, when bills come out, we'll track them and we'll send a large list of bills to these poor unfortunate souls here to review, you know, and let us know if there is something that stands out to you that A, you want to support, or B, is, you know, an absolute no. So, you know, and then that's where I think the department heads come in as well. I assume that, you know, you will send them out to your certified smart people to say yes or no, right? And so we'll be constantly checking in with Rick and Joe on that stuff to make sure that things don't slip through the cracks.
Yeah, and a great advantage of us doing that work for you can really help you focus your time and energy on what matters. Because I know just from our experience working with local governments, you guys have to be all things everywhere all the time. There's so many issues that you track. And to really help you focus your efforts, I think will bring better success for the county. So that's what we're here to do for you too. So don't think you have to track all the legislation. We're not going to be sending you big bill stacks. We're going to be really focusing on what bills will impact.
I have just one last question, and that is that over the past several years, we have hosted monthly legislative breakfasts during the session, and I wanted to just put that out there. I know that Ryan's familiar with that. And I don't know whether we have begun any planning for this next session, but it's definitely not too early to do that. We need to get those on the calendar, find out what League of Women Voters is doing, because we've always tried to dovetail with their schedule. Because that's been a very useful way for all of our departments to feel more engaged and to have that give and take with our legislative delegation.
Who's our staff that?
Typically, our administrative staff has been responsible for kind of spearheading the scheduling and the communication. We just need to decide if we want to move forward with that in the same format that we've done previously. We can either add that as a follow-up item today on the 29th. We have more time, but you're exactly right. We do need to decide if we're going to do it, how we're going to do it.
Yep.
So that we can get that in place.
Yeah, and it was, I think, the last staff person that was in charge of still says, but yeah, we've had so much staff around with it. It's
that's right. It's going to have to be a conversation with Laura and I.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Else on this agenda topic before we move on?
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank
you. Yes, we
really appreciate the time.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to call for a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:24. Back. And next on the agenda is item 6, exotic animal ordinance. We are going to discuss next steps. I believe we're expecting Lynn McKee joining us online. And who would like to kick us off? Joe?
Commissioners, I will kick you off this particular, kick you off. Yes, I didn't mean that. I shouldn't say that when my performance evaluation is coming up, right? But anyway, I apologize for that. So I'll kick off this particular topic. And for me today, it's a very narrowly defined topic. And what I mean by that is there's a couple of questions that I need answered from the board. And I'll explain as to the why behind that. But what I'd like to do, and I'm not focusing on the history of the exotic animal ordinance, I'm really focusing on what's transpired over the last month in particular, because I need additional direction from the board or clarity from the board as to which direction we're headed. So just a little bit of a reminder, and this is in front of you in your number of documents on various topics today. But there's two things that I shared with you. One is an excerpt from the minutes on September 20th, and then another one is the excerpt from the minutes on September 27th. Keep in mind that my vacations interfere with my presence at these meetings. And so I'm not going to specifically try and share everything that happened in those meetings, other than focusing on what I believe is the outcome. So on September 20th, there was a topic on the agenda that referred to the exotic animal ordinance. I led on that particular topic. If you go to that particular meeting, September 20th, and you look at the end of that particular item under the motion, I just want to highlight that motion, because this was the direction that staff was moving forward with. In that particular motion, for those of you who don't have this document in front of you, I'll read it. It says, OSHA moved to direct staff to draft an updated ordinance based on the recommendations of the exotic animal ordinance work group and bring it back to the commissioners for review and discussion. Along seconded the motion, which carried 3-0. So that was the direction that staff was going to pursue. And then subsequent to this meeting, there was a public comment on the meeting on September 27th. That's the second document. And you can see where Arlene Merrims provided public comment, as well as one or two other folks in response to the action the board had taken the previous week. And at the end of those minutes, Commissioner Wise thanked the residents that gave public comment and indicated that we would take this topic up in future meetings. And Commissioner Osro recognized a comment on the complexity of this issue, and that you're not quite sure we've gotten to resolve any frictions that may exist. So what happened subsequent to September 27th, I'll ask Commissioner Osro and Lynn to talk a little bit about that. I was not involved in a subsequent meeting that occurred. And however, when I did return from vacation, Commissioner Osro made me aware of the meeting that she was involved in with staff. And based on that information Commissioner Osro shared, I did touch base with Lynn. Lynn gave me her perspective relative to what occurred there. And at that point, I asked Lynn to just put a stop to any additional conversations that she was having on this topic, or meetings that she was having on this topic, because I really felt we needed to come back to the board to gain clarity. And so for me, there's really three questions I'm asking you today. One of those questions is, are we still moving the direction that you provided on September 30th, I'm sorry, September 20th in the form of a motion, or is the board intending us to take a different direction on this particular topic based on subsequent conversations that have occurred that I wasn't specifically part of? I will also share with you, Arlene Merrims, who's in the audience today, did reach out to me by phone about a week and a half ago. I did call her back last week. We did have a dialogue, and I specifically asked Arlene, what she was looking for from me. And Arlene said one or two things that she would like to either meet with the board in a work session to have a dialogue on this topic, or that she wanted to meet individually with each one of the commissioners on this topic. And so I'm just representing those questions to you today. Does the board have any interest in meeting with Arlene, either in the form of a work session or individually? And then for me, a more important question that I need clarity on is what actions are you expecting staff to take at this point in time? So I feel like we're not all on the same page, and I'm here to try and get us all on the same page, whatever that page may be. And on that note, I would like Commissioner Ogerow Lynn to share any comments to color the picture more so, since I wasn't part of some of the dialogue.
Thank you for the opportunity. Lynn, do you want to go first, or should I go ahead?
Oh no, Commissioner Ogerow, you can go first.
Thank you. This ordinance was something that we put into place with the previous board, clearly. And I think that the intent got a little bit lost when we started to think about changing it and changing it to a permit-based approach. And I frankly was very caught by surprise when this came up before us on a board meeting for action, because I had missed a critical meeting at the Avery building, or the Avery group online, where it was discussed, and there was some kind of preliminary work session type discussion held last August. And I take responsibility for not going back and looking at that, but I don't think I would have known what the discussion was from the agenda item because lacking the minutes at that point, I didn't know exactly what had transpired. I think that shifting to a permit-based approach doesn't get to what we were really trying to get to initially as a board in terms of helping to cut off the livelihood of some of these vendors that display animals in small communities all over the country, because of the fact that they they mistreat animals, and a lot of that happens in between the places where the animals are shown and displayed. So just having a current system here does not get to that objective that we had at the time of not participating in that trade and that business. I want to acknowledge the fact that because of the fact that the Fair Board decided that they didn't want to deal with this issue at the Fair Board level, they kicked it up to the Board of Commissioners. We didn't do a very good job as the Board of Commissioners at the time of re-engaging the Fair Board in the ultimate ordinance that we passed. So there's a feeling on the Fair Board side that they weren't fully engaged at that point. And then there's a feeling from the animal welfare community that brought this ordinance to us that they weren't included at all in this most recent work group effort. So what we have is a position where we're being given kind of an either or option without the opportunity to say what was the initial board intent and to reaffirm the board intent from 2018 and not throw that out completely by going off in a different direction. So I'm going to stop there because I will run risk being circular and just redundant if I don't. I do want to, no, I'm going to go one step further and describe the meeting that we did have. The initial request was from Arlene to meet with Lynn, or I don't know if I suggested it or Arlene did, I did, in order to see whether we could find some commonality and where the common ground was and where the friction was between the Fair Board and the existing approach. So it took us a while to schedule that because of challenging schedules between especially Trudy Overland, Fair Board Chair, and myself, who were the most challenging. And we did come together for a couple hours meeting on Friday afternoon and talked about the issues and the challenges that the Fair Board were having with the existing ordinance and the perception of the difficulty in interpreting the existing ordinance and the lack of education about the framework that we have created for users, and the fact that we need more education both for our staff and for others in the county that it might affect. So, and for contractors, any vendors and contractors up there. But at the end of that meeting, I was trying to not engage too much, to listen and to let this be an exchange of ideas. But I had suggested that perhaps it would be useful to have a follow-up meeting where Arlene could work with Trudy and with Lynn to see if there's any room for a compromise approach, or to fine-tune where the friction was in the current ordinance and how to fix it. But I realized that that's not my authority, and it does not jive with the board direction that we had adopted. So thank you for the opportunity for this discussion to come back and to get direction from the full board.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, commissioners. My main concern with the ordinance was over the last few years, since the current ordinance has been in place, I have gotten crosswise with the ordinance about 3 times unintentionally. So my concern was making sure that the ordinance is clear enough that, if we can't interpret it, we've had a couple of challenges with it, I just want to make sure that it's very clear for people who, who need to follow the ordinance, that it's very clear for them. And then I wanted to make sure that the ordinance wasn't driving the decision, that the ordinance is written to the goal. So I guess that's where I'm looking for clarification today from the board, is really what is the goal of this ordinance, and then we can write to that. And that's really where I'm looking for direction.
In this discussion, I haven't heard much talk about the exotic animal ordinance working group, which met for a year. I think it was during COVID. Would you give a little background on that group and what they did?
Yes, we had, when I got in trouble with the ordinance, when we had booked the stingrays, and then we found out that they were actually banned on the list with the lemon sharks, the subspecies of lemon shark. And then we realized that we had accidentally included horses on the ordinance. So when I got crosswise with it a little bit, I was given direction by the commissioners to put together this working group. And so we had Trudy Overland, our Fair Board Chair. We had Sarah Spangler, Director of Chinchimney Wildlife. We had the new Director of Heartland Humane, Brad Tillman from Brad's Reptiles, Erica O'Neill, who's the Benton County Animal Control Officer, Carolyn Ashton from OSU Extension from 4-H, Dan Rosenberg, who is an OSU biologist, Rick Boatner, the Invasive Species Wildlife Integrity Supervisor from ODFW, and Jacob Cammons, the Deputy District Attorney, who's the Animal Cruelty Prosecutor. And so we met multiple times to discuss the ordinance and what changes that they would recommend, which is what Trudy drafted and I brought to the board. And I'll acknowledge it is my bad that we did not bring Arlene into this discussion. I admit I wanted perspectives, other perspectives, because a lot of people I felt didn't come to the table the first time. So my bad that I did not engage her in inviting her into the work group. This is the recommendation that you have is what that group brought together over multiple meetings. And I will, I will just say straight out, first meeting, first hour, I give them a copy of the ordinance and the list of animals, and across the board, all of them said, don't have a list. But again, it's the goal of the Board of Commissioners. That's what needs to drive the discussion. So what is the ultimate goal? What is the problem that you're fixing or the issue that you're addressing with the ordinance, so we can truly just write to that specific issue. And I think that would help a lot with, it's a very emotional discussion. So I think it would help if we're really just driving toward a certain goal from that's defined by the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Lynn. And, Lynn, I think you were following the commissioner's direction. The board had directed the formation of the exotic animal ordinance work group. And, that's what we did. So, we didn't say send it to the fair board, or we didn't say, my point being, the board asked for the work group, went through a list of names, and that's what happened. So,
I don't recall going through a list of names.
Okay, I remember being at a meeting, I don't know if I was on the board yet or just in the audience, where names were thrown out. Brad's Reptiles was put up there. My husband knows him, so I'm like, oh, hey, that guy. So, yeah.
The list, the working group list was approved by the board at a certain point. I did. And I think that's when they asked that a biologist be added. So I did run the list by them, and then they edited it. So, yes.
So there's several questions out there. The county administrator has asked us 3 questions. Lynn, you've asked us a question. Lynn, you've asked for the intent. What do we want the intent to be? I do think it's important to prevent mistreatment and exploitation of animals. And the other big issue here is what I would describe as good governance. I think that it is important for us to take our legislative duties seriously, and that includes making ordinances or laws, and any level of government should be thoughtful about the laws, ordinances, whatever they may be, to be understandable by the general public, by our own staff. And I think so we have a responsibility to make sure that that's what we are doing. And so my understanding here is that, Lynn, as you have described, our staff has had a hard time with this. So I think it's the reason I voted to go forward with the new ordinance was to address that specifically. Having said that, I do still want to make sure that we are protecting animals. Joe, so you had asked us, are we changing direction? So at this point in time today, I am not ready to change the direction. Part of that is, so your second question was talking about meeting with Arlene, and I have her and I are in the process of trying to find a time to meet. And then what actions are you expecting staff to take? So I guess my thought or idea is, maybe I'll ask it as a question. What would the impacts be, Lynn, to you or your department, if we were to just put a pin in this and put it off until January and readdress it at that time?
I'm sorry, it kind of cut out at the end. What was the second part, Commissioner Wise?
With our schedule and with the load of different projects and things that we're all trying to take care of, and the detailed nature of this topic, if the Board of Commissioners says we're just going to move this to January to reconsider, how does that impact your department?
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's we've already made our decisions on the fair. We don't have any potential problems with the ordinance coming up on any of our events. The only Jordan Circus is coming back, but they're aware of the ordinance and they don't bring any of the banned animals. So I don't see any reason that this can't be put off because of other county priorities.
That would be my preference.
I'm fine with that, but I think we still need to clarify what our intent was behind the original ordinance, and determine whether this, because I don't feel that direction that we pursued with the work group necessarily meets the intent that is stated in the preamble of our existing ordinance.
So are you willing to have that conversation in January?
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that we don't lose that.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little confused. You tasked the work group to come up with a product. They came up with a product, and now we're saying, well, no, maybe we'll not honor staff and volunteer work. Let's start over.
Yes, we have an ordinance that had a specific intent, and 3 commissioners that voted on that intent. And the exotic animals work group came up with a proposal that didn't honor that intent of the original ordinance. And so that's the challenge with not including either Arlene or one of the several other advocates that were very engaged in the last process in the work group, is that we crafted an alternative that doesn't address that original intent of disrupting the trade in animal displays and exhibits and shows. So that's my challenge, Pat. It's not that I want to not honor the process. And I'm really sorry that we got this far down the road and that I made the situation worse by going along with the proposal at the last board meeting. I made a mistake, but yeah.
So my intention really, I feel, I'm leaning towards I support with the exotic animal ordinance work group, the work that they've done. At the same time, we have a lot of other information that we have that's come across our desk that I frankly just have not had enough time to read. And I'm not going to have time to really fully educate myself in a manner to make me feel confident to make my decision. In the end, my decision might still be to move along the path that we're moving along. I just want to make sure that I can stand behind my vote either way. And I, agreed to meet with Arlene, so I would like to do that.
And I think that makes sense to put the decision off and to give us a little more breathing room to approach it in January.
So commissioners, if you decide to go that direction, getting back to 2 of the questions that I posed, one of those Commissioner Wise has answered for herself. But does the board have interest in meeting with Arlene Merrims either individually or collectively as a board on this particular topic?
So as I let Arlene know in an email, I don't think it's appropriate to have someone who is not our staff come to a meeting and function essentially in a staff role.
We've done that historically. Work sessions have been involved many other nonprofit groups that have come in and briefed us on issues. So
I understand that, but in this circumstance, it's not just a briefing, it's very serious advocacy, advocacy is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, she's not our staff person, and when it crosses a line from briefing, updating to advocacy, I think that is something we just need to consider. I mean, the public can watch it and get the impression that, that they're our staff person, and that they're representing the county, but in fact, they're not representing the county.
And it's not a balanced approach.
So that's
with that,
right. So are we?
That wasn't the intent necessarily to have just Arlene present. My goal was to have Arlene come, but alongside the exotic animal work group approach, and really have a conversation about the pros and cons if we were to have a work session. It was never the intent to Arlene on the spot alone. I think the best approach is for one-on-one meetings, and then to approach this issue again in January and have the next stage conversation about whether we are still going to go by the original intent of the ordinance, or whether we want to shift directions, because the exotic animal work group does propose a bit of a shift in direction.
Mm-hmm. For me, I want us to have something that is clear, a process that's easy to follow. But again, like I said, I'm not gonna say, hey, let's exploit animals, yay Benton County, let's abuse animals, you know? So, like I said, I'm happy to meet with anybody, you know, one-on-one. But I think can be a challenge when we start letting individual community members or, you know, certain people, if we're picking and choosing, cherry picking certain community members to come and participate in work groups, then why don't we work sessions and why don't we allow all these other people as well to come?
Yeah, I think I'd suggest continuing the one-on-one meetings and then see what's needed after that. I'm uncomfortable, or can't see how it would be productive trying to craft something with maybe really different opinions in a work session. I mean, I can see how that would be productive, especially the work group has put a lot of time and effort into examining this question, and so we're saying, well, yeah, great job. We're going to start over and try to hash this out in a meeting. I don't see how that would.
What I had really hoped was that it wouldn't be this, it would be both the parties, the supporters of the original ordinance and the exotic animal group coming together to say, here's a compromise, here's something that would meet the needs of both sides. I never would want to set up that kind of conflictual work session. I did not think that, I agree. But I do think that what would be most helpful was for each of you to go back, meet with Eileen, maybe some of the other advocates that originally participated in this at the same time, understand what was behind this ordinance, really understand what the preamble was trying to get to, and then think about whether or not the exotic animal work group ordinance meets that, matches it, or whether, because otherwise we really need to change our goals. And that's what I want. I want each of my fellow members to understand that if we take the permit-based approach, I think that we will be not addressing the original objectives of the ordinance.
So again, I think that's all great topics that we can have at the next meeting. It's not my intention to kick this down the road just to shut it down. That would be a waste of everyone's time. So just putting that out there so that we,
and it'll be up to Chair Malone to move the agenda forward as we move into the new year.
Well, commissioners seem to get stuff added to the agenda without the chair 20 times. So that'll be just fine.
May I say?
No, sorry, no. But you are welcome to talk to us afterwards if there's anything else. Other topics, questions?
Question, yes, two questions. One is that relative to myself and staff, does the board have any expectations that we do anything between now and January on this topic?
I'm a no on that question.
No expectations.
Okay.
What I hear is the one-on-one meetings and direction out of that going forward.
And the second question is, in January, do you wish for this to be brought back to a goal setting or to another type of meeting?
I think I'm flexible.
I think it'd be more appropriate in a regular board
meeting. Yeah, well, can we make that determination closer?
Oh, we can.
Kind of, it depends on how much commissioners might think they want to change things or stay with them.
So would you like me to meet with each one of you after you've met with Eileen and have you download any information to me that you think I should be using to prepare for the meeting in January, because I'm not sure what you expect staff to do in January.
Can we just take it off your plate until January and not worry about it?
Yeah, as long as you don't
Just don't
expect
worry about
staff to come prepared to facilitate a work session
Yes.
without having direction from the board.
No, I think we can, you know, make that clear if and when we decide to need it.
I think it would make sense to come back to a goal setting, just to say, to take the temperature of the board, and say, how do we want to approach this with the board?
And I can see some kind of discussion in our regular one-on-one. Something that may have a question or seek some advice.
Okay, so what I hear the board saying is in January, as part of a work session, have this topic on the agenda just to get feedback from the board as to what next steps, if any, you want us to take.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got the clarity. I just want to make sure that if there are expectations of staff, that what those are, so we can make sure that honoring your direction. So I've got what I need.
Perfect. And I just want to highlight how handy it is to have conversations in the minutes that we can go back and see why we voted for stuff.
We have fans here. Do you have any short comments?
I do not. I do not. The only thing I was asking, I was pondering is whether there is a meeting with the board and Lynn sometime between now and January, at which point you might solicit comments that if staff needs to facilitate something that could perhaps ramp up that conversation. That was the only comment.
That would be next week.
No,
I
that's
think it's a
awful.
little too early.
Yeah,
Actually, it's tomorrow.
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 Yeah, okay.
I don't know what day it is. I just know what my calendar tells me to do.
So, no, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
And I will have to depart that meeting probably tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you. So Maura, if you'll make sure that this item gets placed on the draft goal setting agenda for January, please. Thank you.
Right, and with that, we can move on to topic number 7. Discuss formation of the Justice System Improvement Program Community Stakeholder Bond Support Group. And Commissioner Odro, over to you.
Okay, this is basically the follow-up from our short discussion at the end of the previous board meeting about how we, as commissioners, dovetail with the formation of the PAC. And I don't know, Joe and Vance, whether you want to be here for this discussion or not. We just have more take notes from the standpoint of that. But what I want to say is that I did have a follow-up discussion with Chris Evans. And I want to give you a brief overview of what he said. So,
Vance, what's your direction? I'm happy to step out if that's the board's desire.
that's up to Vance.
Would you like
Yeah.
that?
At this juncture, there is nothing that's been filed, so these conversations are just fine.
Okay.
And when is that date? Mid-February?
Yeah. Honestly, Pat, I can never remember the exact date, but
It's
But it is
Not this year.
mid-February.
what?
Not this year.
Yeah. It's once we file.
so yeah, once that ballot measure is now taken upstairs, then the election law curtain, so to speak, comes down.
Mid-February.
It could be a little bit sooner, depending on what we decide.
Sure.
It could go.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, we're talking about, well, you may have to leave now.
Yeah, so we're good
No.
for today.
Yeah, you're good for today.
We're good for several months.
So one of the main things I wanted to talk to Chris about was whether or not PAC could engage Coastline to work with us so that we have continuity of messaging. And he said yes. We need to figure out when the county contract ends and make sure there's clarity and no overlap. And I think that it's going to require some conversation at the staff level to determine that. What they would provide us as the PAC at that point would be once a week, probably an hour, up to an hour strategy conversation. And they would like to be in charge of the mailers and designing and messaging. That they would charge a small retainer for this. They recognize that PAC might not be able to raise pools of money, but we did talk about budget and talked about needing to raise a minimum of $60,000. So we also talked about strategy for fundraising and the fact that we really do need to start convening a PAC or group as soon as we can. So I think that the long and short of this meeting or this time is that I want to make sure that 3 of us set up a time to meet when it's not our meeting, so that we don't run into quorum issues in that sense. But we need to have the PAC convened so that we can have the conversations we need to have to move forward as elected officials to be able to advocate to the best of our ability for this fund.
$60,000 is a lot of money.
No,
We can do it.
I'm comfortable with that.
Has any PAC in Benton County for a measure ever raised that much before?
I have enough history in here, but I don't think it's impossible.
In the vicinity, probably not that much. One, yes. Whichever one Dan feels.
That was the
Right,
right
Sporting will be involved in this.
Was there something prior to that? The Rector Sporting did raise a significant amount of money, but it wasn't this much.
I'm thinking of the bond measure 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, so what else? So we need to.
So part of what we decided is who's going to chair the committee, and I don't know whether either of you have had conversations with past PAC chairs about this in order to determine who that might be. Chris did have a couple of suggestions for us about people we should involve. So those included John Pugsley, for instance, who is very well connected and knows a good bit about strategy and would have some fundraising chops to bring to the table as well. We need to talk to Curtis, right? And so I think that the main thing is that we need to reach out and start gearing up the PAC. There have been a lot of people that have expressed interest in supporting us and helping us over the last couple of years. So any lists that you have tucked away, I know I have one that I've been trying to keep track of. We need to start pulling those names and get them to our central convener and start putting together.
And along those lines, I don't have a written out list, but just we need a broad cross section of the school district and the hospital and people that are important to the effort. Make sure they're at the table and know.
Absolutely.
Term I've used is active support. We're behind you all the way. It's not going to cut it. We have to have people that absolutely invest some time and as many players in the community, people that would benefit from this passing need to be involved at the front.
We did put together on the phone a bit of a list. So
I hadn't thought of Pugsley. I've worked with him not lately, but I think he has has some kind of political savvy, has been in some tough campaigns, and there should be other names. Does he know he's on the list?
Chris was meeting with him yesterday.
Okay.
So they are together veterans of a monthly campaign, the first monthly campaign.
Oh.
So there are some historical ties and roots here too.
Oh, wait.
So yeah, but I think that the next step would probably be for the mayor of the West to reach out to Kurt Wright and to ask if he would be willing to convene and be able to start really putting together an initial group and making sure we have the right people around the table and start formulating that fundraising. I mean, I can do it.
Okay, I'm just thinking a lot in my head, so. Do you have a date that we need to do that by?
I think it would be really smart to have a preliminary meeting sometime in December and then just start meeting regularly in January.
Figure out who's involved in December.
Yeah.
Then say, yeah, you can have Christmas and after New Year's. Expect serious engagement.
I have a long list of people who are willing to help. I'm sure they probably overlap with your lists.
Yeah, I think that what we should do is, if Curtis will take the lead, just have him serve as a central repository and indicate who's critical to have around the table in January, maybe in December, and then invite the broader group as we move forward in January.
Do we have a date that we need the money by?
It's going to be rolling. Obviously, it would be really helpful to have 2 or 3 seed gifts contributions. I'm pretty sure that we use the same pack that we used before. Although we keep the name, can always be renamed. But that kind of infrastructure is already in place from the last city. There might even be a little bit of money left. The mailings are the most expensive part, but the other is some social media buy.
And the help from
and the retainer.
Yeah. Oh, that just makes sense. Having coastline is involved. Aspect and helps with continuity and being knowledgeable about the whole project.
And just one comment on coastline. I think it's critical that the scope of services that are created for its contract with the PAC be very different and distinct from the scope of service and even any elements of scope of services that it has with Benton County. I want to make sure we maintain separation. It is an independent contractor, it can do whatever it chooses on a second, third, fourth, 56th contract. But in this particular arena, we need to be sure that there's a division of services that they don't overlap.
Well, I would guess they've done this before.
I was going to ask that. Have they worked?
Yes.
Okay.
Lake Oswego School District Spawn is I think the one that they referred to was, they referred to on phone call after they were interviewing with us as the example of where they have dovetailed.
Good, good.
So thank you. That's enough direction to keep us moving forward.
Appreciate the work and with some folks. Semi-retired. Get back in the game. So he's working for Rayfield.
I know.
He's back to being a staffer, I think.
Anything else on this agenda item? All right, well, that brings us to our break. And do we know if we have lunch? On the desk. Awesome. All right, well, we will come back in half an hour at 12:43.
Or can you tell us sort of the ground schedule?
We are 13 minutes behind. So
Thank you.
not bad.
That's a
Not
record.
bad, I agree.
right, we are back from our lunch break and we will move on to the agenda. Item number 8, 2023 Commissioner Committee assignment. And we have our lovely staff with us, Eric Milo, Mariah De La Vega, and maybe that's just it. Moore's over there too, but welcome.
Thank you. I thought I'd just briefly go over the process a little for folks who maybe aren't familiar with this. Every commissioner sits on various committees, and some of those are internal to the county, and some of those are with external organizations like the Association of Oregon Counties is one. And some of those positions are required in order to receive and oversee certain services, and then others are discretionary based on the commissioner's interests and priorities. So every year the commissioners review their assignments and determine whether they want to drop, add, or trade based on their workload and schedule and priorities. And so staff, we're just here to review some possible changes, get direction from the board, and wanted to note that board support process has recently transferred from me to Mariah, but I'm here to facilitate the process because it's a big one to tackle, and then Mariah is going to carry that forward and verify all meeting details and get it on the calendars next year. So the main item that I think will probably warrant some discussion is that Commissioner Maloney would like to stop being the COG, the Council of Governments liaison, but keep the COG transportation. And so we're just opening that up for discussion.
Maybe a little background.
Oh, I'm sorry. Me or for you?
I was going to say what all's involved.
Right.
Sure, I have this electronic thing somewhere. And you were
right
before.
No. Before you took it over, Annabelle was. I think Annabelle and Ann split.
Okay.
I think Ann was the one that was on the COG board and transportation stuff, something like that.
Yes, that I know Annabelle's transportation. Right. I'm not sure who's. This is the.
Why you can't get me?
Oh,
just to make sure. Okay.
So instead of trying to describe.
Don't interpret this as a literal.
Sorry, go ahead.
I asked for that because there were a lot of meetings. And, the fun one was before the board meeting, you have the budget committee, budget, and then you have the finance committee, and then you have a full board where it's you talk about the budget again, among other things. And there's a bylaws change coming. I don't think it's official yet, but to combine the finance and budget committee because they are the same thing. So trying to streamline that a lot. So one commissioner from each of the 3 counties is on the executive committee. That's the top half of that list, which is it's a package, and the bottom half for transportation related also and continue that just knowledge the gain and who does what to.
So you are the treasurer.
It's a package. If you're the appointee from the representative from the county commissioner, then that's what we get.
But it's nominal, it's not, we don't do any books or.
Oh, no.
No.
There's meetings.
Is there?
I don't know, as be a position as treasurer. be in position as treasurer. Yeah.
I think that's combined with the finance committee. And I don't recall separate meetings for that.
Well, just list like as treasurer.
As treasurer, you're obligated to go to these
Finance.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Malone is wanting to give up how many of the COG assignments?
So I believe that would be executive committee, full board, and finance, but keeping POC, or no, sorry, the any transportation related items.
And OMPOC is part of that.
Oh, the innovations, yeah.
Or can. And OMPOC is the statewide, and 6 MPOs, and so it's all 6 meet mainly transportation issues, but we sometimes wander into land use planning. That's transportation. So that one is, I think that's listed on my big sheet.
Yeah,
it's not.
I can say that I don't have any room to take on anything.
I don't either. So what happens if we don't have a person from that county?
I think people, you know, that can continue, right? But I think that also it's up to you how much time you put in. Some of those county commissioners don't necessarily put much time into some loopholes.
Especially when they don't go to the meetings.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just can't, I don't like to do that, you know. I don't like
Sure.
to.
No, I'm not suggesting that that's our approach.
Yeah.
Some commissioners think this is a part-time job.
Some counties maybe.
Not even these 3.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I know.
Well, there's what's on paper and then there's what's in practice.
The culture.
Okay, that's okay. I will continue to try to streamline executive and board membership. Because there were just redundancies.
I think it's just spiraling out of control over there over time.
Well, a little like us, having more areas that we're active in.
So it sounds like the commissioners are going to leave things status quo as it relates to the COG.
And the other one that was possibly that might come up was Commissioner Wise is on the Housing Alliance Homelessness and Tenant Protection Work Group, but has a standing conflict with that meeting, which is
Deer Village.
Right, and the meeting's usually held on the first Tuesday from 3 to 5 p.m. So, and the commissioner expressed to me that you would be fine staying on it, but if anybody else thought they were more able to attend.
I think all of those meetings are changing times too because of the staff changes over the Housing Alliance.
Yes, and sorry, there's also another housing one that I get. Yeah, it's through the NAACP. Yeah, it's the one that's at the same time.
Yeah.
This one's earlier, but I don't ever get any like communication from them. You don't? No, I don't know all of their lists. I never got signed up, so I haven't known about their meetings.
Lauren Maldoza is the contact.
Okay. Yeah, we did check with Julia Arena and Darren Nichols about the time for that one. They thought that was still the case, but as you say, things sometimes change in the new year.
Sure. Yeah. So when you and I were talking, I was thinking of the other the NAACP housing one when I was saying.
Oh, not that the housing one?
Correct, because they're both called like housing and homelessness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
But having said that, yeah, I haven't been going to this one. And so, yeah, if someone else wants to go, or I can try, if I get on their list, I can try to keep in when I can. But similarly with the NAACP one, I can't forego that because it's at the same time as the DARE, so.
I'm on their mailing list also, so I track it through email, but I don't have any attending. I've been attending their health committee occasionally. Okay. You have the contact for Lauren Mendoza, the one I believe on my sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there.
No. Okay, so the NAACP housing will be going to Fisher.
No.
I think I can keep it. They might be changing dates. I did see email, I had to do a poll. But I figured I'll just let them decide.
And that's one of those that's, yeah, it's a community thing that we're just trying to track.
Right. And so the Housing Alliance one was okay. Or you can join.
Yes.
Okay.
With hesitation, just because I feel like my schedule is already completely full and I haven't been attending this.
Sure.
But for now, yes, let's leave it on there. And then how do I go about getting on their list?
We can look at that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. I was also just going to have us take a quick look at the parking lot ones, which are on the smaller sheet with the yellow heading. And, these are just items that haven't been actively, may not be active, or just haven't been actively part of the commissioner's agenda at the moment. And I just wanted to see if there was anything on there that felt needed to be lifted back to an active status, or possibly just dropped if it's no longer going on. So
I think I tried to, sorry, go ahead.
That's the first one. I'm on the budget.
Okay.
Budget committee. So that is.
So that is it.
Column.
Okay.
So that is.
So so NACO Western Interstate Region WIR Public Lands.
Mm-hmm.
Different. I have NACO West Region meeting on my calendar and I attend that sometimes.
I think it's the same thing. They have multiple committees, the Western Interregional Interstate Region. And Public Lands was the one that Annabelle was on, and she attended regularly. And I think that's why it's in the parking lot, because when she left office, no one picked it up.
So it's a different one than just their once a month regional meeting.
I don't know.
Okay, we can investigate that.
I think it is because I mean, yeah, this is public lands. This one is just. This one tends to be kind of like updating, general topics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, different.
And the road user fee task force is part of ODOT.
Again, I think that was something that Annabelle was on.
Right.
The year before she left office, and it's intermittent.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Commissioner Malone was on it perhaps at one point, or
not that I know.
Not, okay. And so
and no notices, so
mm-hmm.
I'm sure I can check and see.
Sure, we could investigate that one too if you'd like.
That would be helpful, because I have no recollection of notices.
Right, I haven't seen anything either. Yeah.
And then the NACO Public Lands, those NACO steering committee appointments are through AOC, and I don't know if either of you have indicated interest in them.
Mallory Roberts had asked me, and I said, I just don't have time, maybe in a couple years. But going back to the NACO West Region meeting, since that is on my calendar and I do try to attend, we should probably add that.
Right. And BLM Northwest Oregon Resource Advisory Council. Okay, suspended. So
no, it's not suspended any longer.
Okay.
It's been reactivated, but
But
It's their appointment, and
right.
No one from the county is on it at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. Okay, and I think everyone is aware of the additions. Should Joe, would you like me to just go over those, or do you think that's
Which ones are you referring to?
let's see, Commissioner Wise added local officials advisory committee. Commissioner Oshiro had added two for the Smart Reading South Valley Leadership Council and Smart Reading Statewide Board of Directors, and also IHP Audit and Compliance and IHRI Governance.
Thank you.
And then the only drop was Commissioner Wise, the Labor Management Advisory Committee no longer has commissioners in that body, so that's no longer on this. And I believe that's everything, unless anybody has further comments or notes.
Erica, what did we do with Mako Public Lands again?
That's an appointment through AOC, and no one volunteered to be on that. I'm on the public safety committee.
So we have no appointment.
No. And they have other committees. There are some of them. There are some really interesting steering committees that they go.
Yeah, no, I got word about when I went to Alaska. It was pretty cool. A lot of work though. So I noticed that Commissioner Ojero has the NAACP on hers under external. I mean, I try to attend those meetings also. Yeah, my members, I mean, I could throw that on my list to get credit for it.
Yeah, we started putting those on, I think, mostly just so that we had a sense for what other organizations we permeated into out of the community.
Sure, yeah.
I don't attend the broadband action team very often anymore. Adam Works goes to those meetings, and, but I do read the email.
Oh, one other one, I was just going to note the United Way Child Care Work Group, which Commissioner Wise had on her list. It's looking into that. It's currently inactive, but Mariah's going to stay in touch with the folks there who are discussing reactivating it.
I appreciate the effort trying to make sure this is accurate. It's a good annual exercise.
Great. We might get the historic courthouse advisory committee and the liaison to that.
That's the task force.
Historic house advisory committee, or
yes,
part of the task force.
So there's an advisory committee. There's also a task force.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the historic courthouse advisory committee has been around for years and years with the task forces and held specifically to put together alternatives for future use of criminals.
So I think we still call it the advisory committee. I think that's what I've been going to on Fridays.
You're attending the one that Chris.
Yes.
Chris Westfall is chair.
Yes.
Right, and that's the one that Len's been supporting.
Yes.
And is that through a particular organization, or is it just
that's through ourselves?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Great.
Commissioner, is there anything else regarding your committee assignments that you'd like to shout out before we move on?
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Wise for attending all of the city council meetings. She's been fantastic doing that.
Commissioners, I would like to recognize our staff for a minute. We were in a meeting yesterday, and in my opinion, in the 5 years that I've been here, this is the strongest team that we have had in that 5 years. And I would say our entire department is probably the strongest department we've ever had. And possibly the history of Benton County. So a lot of that's thanks to you for investing in additional positions, but Maura has done a great job of building an administrative team. And what I really love the most is, we're really beginning to create that synergy, the backup of one another, which we haven't had for a long time. So the cross training will continue. We've got a great team right now. Can't tell you how to do stuff.
Agreed.
Point out, we kind of hit a low point somewhere in there. Lack of staff, and it's taken a while to build the team back up, but I think this is pretty obviously a work in progress. But so if I get confused, it's pretty personally, it may take me a little while, but it's comforting to know that there's support and guidance that was lacking there for a while.
Definitely in triage mode, without that.
We're rolling now.
Okay, I'd just like to quickly just tease you all a little bit about the upcoming AOC conference, and Mariah and Erica have teamed up to really make Benton County shine at the AOC tasting event. So you can look forward to that. They've done a great job.
Are you going to be there with all the stuff?
Yeah. Handing out the
goodies.
What help do you need from the commissioners?
We're in pretty good shape. It'd be great if someone could take some pictures. We definitely had requests for pictures of the table and everything. So
Okay. Do you need us helping work the table that night, or have we done that in the past?
Yeah.
I'm sure we
that
can
would
do
be
that again.
great. I'm sure we might need to break at some point. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Gives you a chance to roam around too.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Plus, I can eat food, more food. I have lots of chocolate.
Beer.
He knows about the chocolate.
And that's Thursday, 5 o'clock.
17. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the next agenda.
Number 9, Board of Commissioners meeting schedules.
Commissioners.
Administrator Joe Curtis.
That's right, here we go. So you have another spreadsheet in front of you. It's a colorful, comprehensive spreadsheet. I want to thank Maura for that. You'll remember a number of years ago, we had a smaller one. And we use that to help build this updated one more. Added some additional fields onto this one. Maura will go through the details with us, but I do want to just set the stage for the conversation. When we initially went through this exercise, I asked Lilia to put this similar document together for the board and I to review, because we were really struggling with the volume of meetings we were having at that time. And so we worked with the board, and I think off the top of my head, we were able to, over the course of the year, eliminate about 30 different meetings, give or take. And so we haven't done that exercise recently, but as part of our discussion regarding meeting minutes, which we have yet to finish, and I was hoping to have the meeting minutes conversation directly corresponding to the meeting events, but we're not quite ready to bring the meeting minutes conversation back to the board until December's goal setting, so stay tuned for that. But we wanted to go ahead and get this in front of you because we do need to agree whether or not this is going to be the board's meeting schedule for next year, so that we can make sure we have everything captured on your calendars before we get too close to the first of the year. Also, and just in trying to provide you information as it relates to, it's not just about walking in here and sitting in the meeting. As you all know, there's preparation you have to do. Oftentimes there's a lot of follow-up that I have to do or other staff members. There's lots of time getting the agenda prepped, to getting the meeting room set up, and getting the technology to work. All of that you're very familiar with because you've seen that sausage making more so over this year as we've tried to bridge the hybrid technology. It brings a smile to my face. But the purpose for me is really trying to connect with the board and say, okay, is this the meeting schedule you wish? And once again, challenging the board to look at this and say, is there anything that we can do different to either hold the number of meetings to the level that we're at and potentially reduce them? We do know that there's a couple that you'll see in the bottom of the forward there that more as footnotes as possible additions that have been mentioned as well. But so that's at the end of the dialogue. I'd really like to know, okay, are we sticking with what we have here in front of us, or the things that you don't find of value, or that you think we can do differently that would in turn take the load off of our staff. And with that being said, I'm going to ask Maura just to walk you through what's in front of you, so you have a high level what we're trying to capture and the data that's there. And hopefully, in some cases, will be meaningful to have.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioners, as you can see in front of the spreadsheet, or on the spreadsheet, we've got a list of all the meetings that are currently on your calendar throughout the year, and the frequency and length of those. And then what I tried to do was to try to capture, and you will see some blank columns that I'll explain in a minute, but just try to capture all of the commissioner and staff resources that go into the meeting, so you can have a comprehensive look of, okay, these are all the meetings we have. This is the total investment that the county is making to conduct each of the meetings and to conduct our meetings schedule as a whole. So the information is not here on my part to advocate one way or other, but just to inform you regarding what the resources are that are required for each of the various types of meetings. And as Joe said, there are obviously meeting preparation times for everyone involved. The commissioner's column is empty. I did hear from a couple of you, and the prep time varied so considerably. I was hesitant to try to throw a WAG number in there. And so for purposes of this first discussion, I just left that blank and thought, if we wanted to, if you're interested in trying to get those numbers into that particular column, then maybe we can come to something that seems reasonable. But that's the reason that one's blank. The numbers that you see for the in-meeting hours and total meeting hours for commissioners, that number is already a multiple of 3 in there. So that covers all of you, not just one. Then of course there's Joe's time, and Joe does of course have meeting prep time. Joe and I just need to spend more time identifying kind of an average for his post-meeting time to execute whatever direction he's received and try to, we weren't able to come up again with kind of a number to put there. So there's more to come there. And then of course, and then have his in-meeting hours. For the administrative staff, the meeting prep hours, as Joe said, include agenda development, coordinating with departments, routing checklists, all those different things that have to happen just to have the meeting, to execute the meeting. Then of course we have the in-meeting hours, and the post-meeting hours, and include not only the meeting minutes, but routing orders, ordinances, proclamations for signature, posting county court journal, and just sort of all of that, everything that needs to happen to kind of put a bow on the meeting, if you will, and finish those activities. The administrative staff for some of your business meetings, the first, third, and then the information sharing meeting on the 4th. Those, as you'll see in the footnote, those hours are for 2 staff. Right now I've had 2 staff people in the meetings, 1 to record and 1 to watch for trouble and help resolve it if it should occur, or run to get documents or just be that other resource there. So that accounts for 2 staff. And then for the department meetings, there's a small amount of time for our staff to prep for that. And then there's also some time within the departments for the admin staff for prepping. So this is as close as we can get to a full look at how many meetings there are, what the meeting rhythm looks like, and the total resources that we're expending at this time to execute the schedule that's currently in place. I can see a couple of things that I would think we could drop back. That's what we're, the DA, juvenile, and sheriff meetings 6 times a year. I think we can talk to the sheriff about that. We can put amongst ourselves about shifting that to quarterly. And then getting the print. Oh, I don't know, it came up because we canceled the sheriff's meeting. But I think we would get the monthly reports from the sheriff's office in particular on a monthly basis, but then just have those meetings quarterly. I think that would probably be okay.
I'm of a similar mind. I think we want to do whatever we can to thin out this list. Kind of like the building. We have some extra space in the building. I'm not sure we have extra space in the meeting schedule, and things come up in the future, and oh, let's add that as the staff. No. So I think that's my first thought when I saw this, and I guess I'll preface it when I first came on board almost 4 years ago. Joe was saying, we have too many meetings, we have to do something about this. And, that was one of my first board meetings. Oh, I like the cut of the jib. Just we're good at adding things, and sometimes that's necessary, but we're not so good at dropping things off or decreasing frequency, which we did 4 years ago. It took us a couple rounds. I think we worked real hard and this and that, and it was, well, that's 8% reduction, not enough. Did it again. And one reason I bring that up, okay, we're making changes. Was there any feedback that this was terrible or made us less effective? From my perspective, haven't had any feedback like that from pruning that we did 4 years ago. So I think that's just a useful exercise. We've got a lot of meetings, and I'll say it's specific. I think any of the ones that are 6 times a year should be looked at, and that's definitely one. And especially all those people are very accessible. It's not like if something in the interim comes up, we can talk to them individually, pass that word around. So that makes perfect sense to me. And just the only other 6 in there is county council. It's not such a heavy.
I wouldn't drop that one back. And we do cancel it if there's nothing burning.
So is there a reason why we have separate meetings for DA, juvenile, sheriff, or even some of our other meetings? Is there a reason why we have separate meetings and we don't include them in board meetings or information sharing? Or
I came on a little bit before Joe, and we already had this scheduled before Joe joined us. And I think part of it's a legacy of the fact that we did not have a county administrator. Yeah, the better part of the decade. And And so the board was directly managing those departments. And that's a huge piece of it. I think that as Joe has been here with us, we've done better and better. He's done better and better at integrating those departmental matters into our work sessions and into his updates. I still find it to be useful to meet with department heads. I learn a lot more about the granularity of what's going on and familiarize myself with their staff, which I think is valuable. But frequency does not have to be so high.
So what if we incorporated the DA sheriff juvenile meetings just quarterly into our Tuesday meetings?
I think that would put a lot of pressure on work sessions.
Would certainly extend them.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have some meetings are very full, but this past year we've had plenty of meetings that we did have time to.
Yeah, and when my last year as chair, they were so full that we were routinely running up, and over. And a lot of that was COVID. But personally, I like, and this is Joe's decision in a lot of ways, but personally, I like to have the slack in those meetings just because if things come up, we have the time and space to deal with them rather than have a lot of pre-booked stuff that we just have to do.
And if that's, if having flexibility in those meetings is a priority over, cutting additional meetings, then,
I don't know. I think it's a good topic to discuss. I just,
I think if you were going to consider incorporating them into our existing work session meetings, we'd have to look at likely reducing the amount of time attributed to each department, from
right. So the sheriff,
30 minutes.
yeah, the sheriff, for example, goes to every meeting of the Adair Village in Wilmette, or not Wilmette, excuse me, Monroe, and gives his quick report, and it takes like 10-15 minutes, but I don't know, he probably has more stuff to report to us, I guess, than he does the smaller cities.
I think he could take less time even with us if we, because he gives us such thorough background reports. I know that I wanted to hear him speak it in his own voice when he first came on because of the fact that we had so little interaction with the previous sheriff. So that's a legacy thing.
And I guess, so,
yeah, he and the DA are electeds, and so that's the other reason I think it's nice to give them their time.
Yeah. So, okay. What about just adding like the juvenile department in with, or what about so the health and CHC directors, the other one, what's the public works and community development?
The board virtually meets with all of the departments that we have, that's elected and not elected.
So what if we just have them come twice a year to a board meeting versus?
What I have observed is that those meetings with department heads tend to function as de facto work sessions. And so what happens sometimes is that a matter will be brought to us in those meetings instead of a formal work session. And if we could just have them come to work sessions instead and do it on a much more as needed basis rather than on a routine basis. And then maybe have a once a year or twice a year meeting with them just to get a bigger overview, because for instance, with the health department and CHC started to do strategic planning again, it's useful to have a chunk of time rather than
sure
15 minutes on a work session agenda. But
so, and I guess I wonder how much these meetings are our staff sitting there thinking, oh, well, the commissioners really want an update, so we better spend a bunch of time putting together something that sounds really good to commissioners, whereas I'm not sure those meetings are terribly meaningful for me all the time. It's just kind of a lot of information dump. It's just me, maybe I'm being too honest, I don't know, but.
No, actually, that's what we're looking for. Is, we do want to meet the board's interests for sure. I do believe that department directors appreciate the interaction with the board. That type of interaction is interaction I typically promote, but there are downsides to it. And what we're talking about is how often we do it and the amount of time that it takes. And I could, your idea that should incorporate these into existing meetings. I think if you do that, you should make them shorter. And the good thing about incorporating them into existing meetings is we already have the infrastructure built for those meetings, right? So every time we have a separate meeting, it's additional setup time, preparation, and so we're already adding them to existing meetings. As long as we can keep them shorter, I think we'll be able to manage that. I think also the board should think about your Tuesday meetings and what is the length of those meetings that you wish to have. We used to try and focus on not going anywhere past 1 o'clock. It was kind of well, COVID.
There were separate meetings too, though.
Yeah, there were separate
9 to 11 and then noon to 1.
And there were separate meetings. We had a work session, like you said, from 9 to 11, and then the board meeting starting at 12. And then when COVID hit, we decided to combine those into one longer meeting. That's meeting length, because there's, depending on what time we get over on Tuesdays, it impacts other things that are preset on the commissioner's schedule.
And hearings are what really throw that off.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just piggyback on what he said? So you mentioned the infrastructure, and so one thing I've observed is all these little meetings, it's an opportunity for things to fall through the cracks. Like, is it going to be virtual? Is it not? Is the right link on there? Did we swap it over? Every time we change something,
there's risk.
Like, yes,
absolutely, there's risk.
And we have to have minute takers. Do that. So if we're just having our minute taking staff for the meeting do it, then that's freeing up some of our staff from that department who's taking minutes. And just for community awareness, I feel like the community doesn't necessarily, most community members don't have time to seek out all these little meetings or maybe even know about them. So if they're at our main meeting, I think that's just more ability to get that out to the community. I don't know. I'm just kind of shooting from here. I don't feel really strong.
I think I'll use an example to underscore your point. I hadn't thought about it until you just mentioned it. The conversation regarding the exotic animal ordinance is an exact example of what you're underscoring. We actually had that was part of an update in early August department meeting, and the public doesn't have a lot of insight to those meetings. They may not even pay attention to most of them. So it would, I think there's efficiencies to be made, and I use the term risk, and it's just that every time we are interfacing with technology, while we're getting better with it, keep in mind we're going to have new technology come December, January, February that we're going to have to learn all over again. And for me, anything that we can do to take the weight off of Laura's shoulder and her staff as it relates to setting up, tearing down minutes, as you know, have been a challenge for us. And I do think that we have risks regarding the minutes that other departments take in those department meetings. And because we don't really have a standard for those. And we've ran upon a couple of situations where the board may have taken action in one of those meetings that doesn't see, if you will, the light of day at times based on the way we write and display.
It's not a nice journal.
Total inconsistencies when we introduce other minute takers.
I would not want to lose those departmental meetings altogether, personally. Personally, I find them helpful and useful, but I'm happy to see them drop down to the way we have it with internal departments to twice a year. It doesn't have to be as frequent. But I also find that, again, for me, say the health director meeting is familiar because I'm very involved in that area, but the two of you aren't. And there are times when it's really helpful to have the other two commissioners be a little more aware of some of the dynamics that are going on, because otherwise it's really hard between those updates. So I have mixed feelings about dropping some of them back too much.
I would, if we were going to keep them, I would say keep them at 4. I feel like 2 is not enough, because then it's not popping up in my face enough to really make me, you know, save, think about it and say, what did we talk about last meeting? Okay, you know, it's like, oh, that was 4 months ago. Like, it helped flush away that old memories maybe for you.
Health awareness is really complex.
Does it help us much to think about the department meetings we'll definitely do quarterly DA juvenile chair. Shorten the, each one is scheduled for an hour. That's good. There's nothing magic about an hour. Overall, unless his heart usually has the full hour. Can we shorten them? Does it do any good to shorten to 45 minutes? Or,
I like having an hour because, yeah, if we end early, then we have 10, 15 minutes back in the day to take a break or whatever for the next meeting. My fear is if we schedule it for 45, then there's a topic that we really want to talk about, then we're trying to rush through it.
Yeah,
if it was like 2 hours, then
yeah, I don't mind having them at an hour, but not necessarily taking the hour. And that's the way we've been doing it, is that they've been running more like 45 minutes, half an hour. Except for the DA.
Yeah. What about, maybe this is a terrible idea, combining sheriff and DA's meetings with 5 electeds, but asking them to like shorten their pieces.
The history there, and probably from Annabelle, was to have a meeting with 5 electeds where there could be open exchange of ideas, and so it's a different kind of meeting.
It was determined. It's supposed to be kind of more the political rather than the staff agenda.
Sure. But it can be whatever we want it to be and whatever works for us. I mean, we can change it if we want.
But that's
and
true.
If we did, you know, because that only meets quarterly. So if we did maybe lengthen the meeting, half hour for the sheriff, half hour for the DA, hour for us to all talk. I think maybe it's a terrible idea.
I don't have strong feelings about it one way or the other. I don't know what they would prefer.
It's a kind of casual meeting over lunch.
Sure. I kind of like the idea of the sheriff and the DA having to listen to each other's.
That was my intent when we put all of those three on one day. I was hoping that they would all sit through each other's presentations and we would build more justice systems perspective. It never happened. Well, there's a little bit of,
yeah, and we don't specifically say that. I don't think
we highly encouraged it in the beginning.
So just what if we just schedule one meeting that's 3 hours long and have all 3 on the agenda? but if we run through each one 20 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever, then we know that we can get it early.
You know, I frankly think that that's a fine idea. I like the idea of trying to of fostering that cross-pollination. That's what we do with the internal services folks. That's what we do with the Avery folks. You know, these guys have just been a little more resistant. 2 of them are elected.
You know, I think we have good relationships with them.
Yeah.
And even if they might grumble, you know, to someone about us behind our backs, they would still come to it.
Certainly try. I think that it might be best if the chair asks rather than Joe.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely agree. Could we put that in the form of a motion?
I mean, yeah, Commissioner Muller, do you have any thoughts? Well, I know you have thoughts. Do you have any thoughts on that topic?
So what's the current proposal?
So we are throwing around the idea of having one meeting. So instead of having 3 separate meetings for sheriff, DA, juvenile, one meeting where all 3 of them are on the agenda, with the sort of expectation that they all come and sit and listen to each other.
And And I would say it's a 2-hour meeting, and so they all have to live with it less than an hour a day.
Yeah, and that way that saves a little bit of time because instead of having 3 hours a meeting, we're having 2.
That's what I proposed earlier.
Oh, great idea.
I think that it's worth trying, you know, and going back to that original intent.
Well, and the Avery example, there's more collaboration there. And
I really appreciate that.
Each department got an hour, but there was plenty of overlap depending on the schedule. But they were all in there close to their own offices, so they can go back and forth depending on what their scheduled demands were for that day.
So commissioners, as you're talking about this particular one, are you also looking at it in the form of this would still remain a separate meeting, or would we still try and incorporate this into our Tuesday work sessions?
Separate meeting.
Yeah, separate meeting.
And 4 times a year.
So actually, this is, oh no, wait, this is 6, so we want to, but we can drop it down to 4.
Well,
Yeah,
Yep, okay. So that's a, you know, plus side for them is, hey, now it's only 4 times a year, it's 6.
So we're going to do the DA, juvenile, sheriff. We're going to do it quarterly. We're going to shorten it to 2 hours total, and we're going to ask all 3 to attend together. Okay. So we have agreement around that.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So what did that say, like 2 hours?
Oh, yeah.
It does. We're making progress.
Yeah.
Well, we've also decreased in frequency.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Significant savings.
So put 18 hours down to 6, no 8. Yeah, 10 a year. I wanted to go down to the information sharing meeting. As I understand the history of that one, that was added to the agenda for the Board of Commissioners, I think at the request of Commissioner Schuster. And part of the reason was that she really wanted to be able to bring in outside groups to present to the board. And this is the way we used it in my first term, to highlight what the good work's going on around the community, to learn more about certain organizations. And they could be nonprofits, they could be other governmental organizations, private businesses, whatever.
Soil and water.
Soil and water conservation district, watershed council, you name it. And it was a vehicle for information sharing among the commissioners because of the fact, especially because of the dynamics of that board at the time. There was a lot of information sharing that was going on between Commissioner Dixon, Commissioner Mayo, Commissioner Schuster was kind of out on our own. And it was a vehicle for them to share what they were doing as individual commissioners so that they didn't get crosswise. So the function of that meeting has slipped. You know, it's morphed just as is natural with different people. And it's become more like a work session, but there's still that outside component of bringing outside groups in. But do we need it? We also do the information sharing among commissioners at this meeting. Do we need the commissioner information sharing twice a month? Can we eliminate it from one of those meetings? Our other work sessions are a little too full sometimes to integrate those outside groups. And I know that some of them, like the SWCD and the Watershed Council, have a mandate to present to the board once a year. So, you know, I have some time on calendar. I think that 4th Tuesday, we should take a hard look at it.
And I know we canceled at least one this year, and I tried to cancel another one, but then we had that snack back on. But I agree that if we, rather than, I don't want to be looking for things to add to an agenda, like looking for time to spend, you know. So there's been a lot of turnover with the organizations that have come in the past, you know, and some of them have fallen apart, some of them, COVID took a hit, so.
Absolutely, COVID did have an impact.
I would agree. And I think that there's a difference in this board than in the previous board. When Commissioner Schuster and I were both on the board, for sure, there was a lot more bringing people in to educate us and choosing to invite people in. And I don't see us doing that now in the same way.
I mean, from a staff perspective, I don't feel compelled to have the information sharing meetings. If it's something that we want to no longer have, we can certainly do away with them. You could also potentially incorporate a half an hour at every one of your other work sessions that's just reserved for somebody from the outside. If the board, if there's somebody that approaches and says, hey, can we get in front of the board? Or you just eliminate it and not worry about adding any additional reservation time, if you will.
It's been a very valuable thing to have. I mean, that's, the water master, for instance, the first few times he came was because we had the information sharing, or when Samaritans had a new project that they really wanted to make us aware of, that's when we came presented. So, but I like the idea of reserving a half hour on just a work session scheduled for that instead.
I suspect that maybe with COVID, hopefully, going down, that maybe the need might come back. The community might come back and say, okay, we want to start coming back to your information sharing meetings again. We have things under control. But I don't know. I do like the idea of adding a half an hour, but I just want to make sure that we'll actually have time for that. That it's not adding too much.
So the other option is you can look at goal setting and say we reserve an hour at every goal setting or a half hour.
I don't think I would do that. We tend to overload these meetings anyway.
Yeah, I take advantage of it to a full extent, for sure.
I think the other option is to hold information sharing only, periodically, and not do it every month.
Okay, quarterly or something, or every could be, because So I like the intention of us updating each other.
Yes.
And if the community wants to hear it, hey, I went to Adair Village council meeting, I did this, I did that. I feel like we haven't had the opportunity to do that because of schedules and those meetings being too busy. And I feel like most of the time I have to just say, oh, nothing from me, because it's not important enough to make the meeting go any longer.
And we're already over time.
Exactly. Yeah.
I remember suggesting that we not do Commissioner information sharing at the end of the meeting. It was always bumping up. And so, well, I did a few things.
It's still at the end, Commissioner.
Yeah,
close to the
end. I didn't win that one, Joe.
Not yet.
I think that makes sense. We do decrease frequency on the number of meetings, I think, without efforts. Reducing, maybe trying quarterly, and see what's. I think we have to remember a couple of years ago, we had after COVID, we had 2 board meetings only.
Yep.
And just, okay, and Joe and daily meetings with department heads or that committee. And so we're coming out of an unusually busy period and trying to figure out new and I think that that would make sense to reduce the frequency to either every other month or quarterly.
I'm good with quarterly. If we want to say quarterly moving forward, and we can always reevaluate it.
Yeah.
I like that.
And kind of along those lines, we meet with OSU extension twice a year. I think that's from history and the county contributed monsters to their budget, and now they have their own service district. And I they're great meetings, but I'm not sure they're in that same category that they used to be. So I would put them in with outside agencies, information share.
That's a fine idea.
Okay, I was gonna say, I really like the information they share, but if I'm prioritizing information that's coming at me, that's more, oh, that's nice to know versus this is something I should really know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they do have snacks.
Well, we haven't been in person on the Wi-Fi yet, so they open a bunch of snacks.
Balanced out. No, I think this is kind of very useful going over the history and my images, ships in the water and barnacles and particles.
Well, the coast extension was much more frequent when I first started, so twice a year is actually almost nothing.
What I said earlier, it's easy to add, and we aren't as good at, oh, we added something, what are we dropping to keep the boat even.
And if they have some big, exciting, information that they want to share with us, they can reach out and say, hey,
Get on an agenda.
Yeah.
I agree.
So commissioners, just to make sure I'm clear on the OSU extension, is you'd still like to have them twice a year, but just include them as part of the information sharing meeting, one of the, so they come to 2 information sharing meetings a year. Or
sure.
Yeah, and just give a presentation instead of having to fill up an hour and a half.
Okay.
Or 2 hours.
Sometimes departments and people really have good information to share, and sometimes I feel like sometimes they just feel like there's an expectation to fill in, Yeah, not just extension, but across.
More with them than anyone else.
And what Master Gardener stuff, super interesting,
but I don't have to hear it 6 times that.
Yeah, because they're not part of our budget.
So let's see, I want to be cognizant that we still have 45 minutes with Joe and some other stuff. What else do we need to do on this topic?
Commissioners, just let me summarize where I think the changes that we've made. If you're okay with that, and then we can close out this discussion unless you see other changes you'd like to make. So our first change is we're taking the DA juvenile and sheriff meeting, and we're going to do that 4 times a year instead of 6. And we're going to shorten it to 2 hours, and we're going to ask all 3 of those participants to stay for the entire 2-hour time frame. So that's 1. Number 2, information sharing. We're going from 12 a year down to 4 on a quarterly basis. And number 3, we're going to combine OSU extension into the information sharing meetings, and they would attend 2 of those information sharing meetings, and we reduce their time to
20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, half an hour.
Max, they don't have to fill it.
That's always that have this much time, but you don't need to fill it.
I have one more small suggestion. Leadership team, thinking of vacations in August, figure out which of the 12 meetings are hardest to get the team together. Wonder about December, although it's early December, like August and December. I would ask for guidance about vacations and when's the hardest couple months to get the team together. But that's 18% reduction. That might happen. Probably
that's probably
it's less than 20%.
Use my phone for that.
It's still 10 minutes. So it's not like I'll need that. I would, you're in charge of that. I would ask your thoughts on this.
The part about when's the best time for vacations, it really does depend. I mean, there are so many variables. You know, I think September and October were hit a lot with vacations, right, as opposed to previous years. And, you know, folks are really back into taking vacations as opposed to hunkering down because of COVID. And so I think, you know, we're seeing an elevated level of that for sure. I do have other opportunities to communicate with the department directors throughout the month. And one of the things that I'm thinking about changing is what we have continued to hold 2 meetings a month for the department directors that are aside from the leadership team. I do invite the other 2 elected officials to attend, but those have been really just COVID updates for our department directors for internal organizational purposes. And so now that COVID is waning, I'm looking at managing those a little bit differently. And so when you ask me, Commissioner, what do I think about the suggestion of reducing 2 leadership meetings a year? I can look into that, but I haven't arrived at what exactly I'm going to do with those other 2 meetings that I have with department directors that are COVID related. I'm dropping one and retaining the other for more of a problem solving focus and beginning to apply what we learned in Blazers training. Yes. And so, but I'm still 30 days out from really having that figured out as to what that might look like. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I don't see the leadership team vacuum. I see it related to what else I'm going to be doing through the course of the month. And one of the things that and who knows, we might hear this again, but as our employee engagement survey that we did 3 years ago, one of the things that came out of that is the department directors, as part of my state of the team meetings with them, they really wanted time with just the department directors and not the elected officials present, because there's a different dynamic. I also remember the commissioners there, then it's a open public meeting. There's other protocols that have to come into play. So that's why we started some of these other ones where commissioners were not invited to, was to just give me time with department directors. In that case, I didn't want to leave the sheriff and the DA out, just because so much of it was related to COVID. Anyway, a couple of other variables. Long answer to your question, Commissioner, possibly, but I don't have some other pieces figured out.
Yeah.
And I was leaving the ball in your court to try to make sense, but just as a way of thinning things out a little bit and not impacting the effort.
So I have some feedback that I will share, again, just honest. The leadership meetings, the most meaningful part of those meetings for me is when everybody does their updates. And that's often the part that gets cut off when we're running a long time. Sure. As a commissioner, many of the topics that have been presented, it, again, is it information that's nice to know for me, or is it information that I really feel like I need to know? It seems like it's more just sort of nice to know, So I'm not opposed to hearing the information, but I feel like I don't walk away from those meetings saying, oh, I'm so glad I got a reminder to walk like a penguin on ice, or whatever the topic is. Things like the Blazers training and our interview thing we did the other day, those are great. I mean, so just kind of thinking out loud here. I mean, so having the updates is what's good. If directors, not to add any more time to their plate, but I mean, I can even just have a sheet of paper, 2 pages with little blurbs from everybody and not even come to the meeting. But if it's important for the organization that we show up and participate, then of course I want to do that. So
I think when I first started, not all of the commissioners were attending regularly. I think it was optional for the commissioners to attend the leadership team meeting. Because my sense was when I first started attending that they weren't used to seeing all of us all the time. but I think that, again, the expectations have morphed over time and changed. So we really should think about how we want to use it. I agree with Nancy that the trainings have been fantastic. I love that. When we're all learning together and practicing things together, that is far more valuable than just sitting and listening to presentations.
So we don't have staff to relay that to, you know,
right.
As the other directors do. It's like, take this back to your team. We don't have that team.
Right.
Pass it on to. But again, so it's like if the organization benefits from the commissioners showing up and being there, that's great. But if that's not a benefit.
Well, and it could be on a different schedule, if
yes.
you will, or frequency.
Yes.
You come.
It doesn't really save you time, that saves us time.
Yeah. But I think it also, sometimes what I've seen is that it really underscores the importance of certain topics that Joe wants to present to the department heads. You know, if we're there for, say, the climate report, that has been something that we have been able to underscore and that we as commissioners have spoken to and conveyed the importance of the climate action plan to department heads. So I think this is really one that Joe needs to think about, you know, how to use, how we can help you be the most effective in that leadership team environment. And there are times when we definitely need to hear everything at the same time as the department heads.
And again, I don't mind coming. It's just,
Understood.
And in the remote environment, it's been really difficult to stay engaged.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. I'm so glad we're able to start getting back together. So thank you for your feedback, commissioners. I'll take that into consideration. I'll give you some feedback at our next goal setting as before I kind of landed with the leadership team meeting as well as my the times in the month.
Well, and frequency of the regular meetings was reduced. Recently, the Gallup efforts, we have some space. Oh, here's an additional 3 hours to your to either you don't have, but it's really important, so you better be there. But I think picking that effort up I think is a worthy effort, and try to fold that into a regular scheduled meeting rather than additional burden. Because if you're doing this, then you're not doing something regular work.
Yeah. So I have 2 additional comments. One is the post-meeting hours. I know I think that's going to be a lot larger than realize or think. You know, every meeting where we hear Joe's taking more notes and adding more things to do, and it's like I've got this mantra in my head, like work begets more work. Like the more meetings we have, the more work stuff comes out of it. The more every time I tell somebody, you know, I call somebody on the phone to talk about something, then that leads, call these 3 more people, and 1 email turns into 5 emails, and so just that's, I guess, an acknowledgement, Joe, that you do way more work than anybody sees, and it's hard to quantify.
Well, we'll just look at his calendar.
I know, but I'm saying this work is like above and beyond what's on his calendar, so I don't really know how he does it. And also, like the meeting preparation hours, I suspect that's conservative, honestly. So.
Yeah, actually, you know, for some of the meetings, for example, like the meeting we're having tomorrow, I don't do any preparation for that. And I'm usually so connected with the department director that I'm already aware of what they're going to update the board on. And so in those cases, there's very little preparation. For the Tuesday meetings, there's definitely more preparation. And but I would agree that I was more conservative.
Because I mean, do you include in there like agenda setting meetings and proving the okay?
Yeah, and so but there is a lot that not only that I do, but our staff does that goes under the radar and is unseen.
And it's hard to quantify when it's going back and forth. It's a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you talk to the director about one thing, but then about something else also. So, yeah,
I mean, just for example, the exotic animal ordinance conversation, over the last 2 weeks, I've probably spent about 2.5 hours on that topic. And just various conversations with commissioners and Arlene and her staff. It's things like that come up often that I can't plan for, but I need time to react.
Yeah, exactly.
And more, I think our biggest challenge is, fortunately, we triage the admin focus of the department so that we can, because I see that as the foundation. And so we really focused on that. Laura and my agreement is now we're going to start focusing on getting me straightened out and more organized now that we've got the department. More solid. I'm hoping the commissioners are seeing a greater level of support as we've seen in the past. And that was part of our intent is that you have more capacity, more consistent support. And so that was part of our efforts over the last 8 months as well. Okay, so I have feedback that I need from Laura. Is there any additional clarification that you need?
I don't believe so. I think I have everything. So I can't say that we have reduced everything by 14 meetings. That's the end. Went from 996 hours to 799.
So just that's what, 100 hours?
Almost 200.
Wow.
Oh no, 160. Yeah. If I'm taking out, that's just out of the meeting time.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners, for participating with us. We're going to keep this updated, and we are going to bring this back every year as part of our calendaring for the following year and see what's working, what's not, what are the changes to it.
That's what I was going to say. Several years where we didn't do this, but this is a very useful exercise, and also it's a work in progress during the year. Something, well, this isn't working, but when you see, oh, let's get this, and just with the goal of being more efficient and being able to better do our jobs.
Agreed.
All right, well, with that, let's move on to county administrative goals.
Commissioners, can we do a time check?
Yes, so it's 2:07. Our meeting's supposed to end at 3. We still have an executive session and we have to drive to Adair Village.
So I've got a couple of options here as we look at the rest of the agenda. I did want to talk to you about my goals for this current performance period that we're in now.
It started in August.
So that's what that one document is, a draft that you probably saw that it's part of my self-assessment. So I was hoping to jumpstart our conversation on my performance evaluation won't be completed until either November 29th when we sit down and talk about it, or December 13th. It's looking more like December 13th, and I know Tracy's working with each one of you, and she's on vacation this week. But so we've kind of targeted the soonest would be November 29th, the latest would be December 13th. And I was hoping just to start the conversation regarding goals with you today, so that 4 to 5 or 6 months of my performance period, we're still trying to figure out my goals. So keep that in mind. I was hoping to get a jump start on that today. However, in addition to that, I was also asked Sean and Jen to join us to have a conversation regarding our 2040 department goals that I want us to do input from the board on those goals, because we are treating this the same way that we asked all of our other departments to do, which is develop 2040 goals that will help drive their budget proposal. And those are due November,
whatever next Friday, 16 or 18.
And so that's why I was taking advantage of today's meeting to say, okay, board, I'd like to have a dialogue, and I asked two of our colleagues here to join us for that.
I have a proposal on this one. On this, I would love to absorb and come back and discuss your goals. This one, given this worksheet format, I would like to do something like the Glazer thing, and each take 2 minutes and fill in just one idea for each one of these areas in silence, and then come back and each of us read off our equity, diversity, and inclusion goal, then go around robin and come back, each do our adjacent goal, and we'll see if we can just kind of plow through in an orderly way, just one at a time. Would that work?
Possibly, but I'm still, how long do we need for our executive session?
I think we need probably 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe 20.
Can we do that fairly soon so we know what time we have remaining?
So just a heads up, I've asked Vance to join us for the executive session, Lynn to join us, and Rick Prager. Looks like they're all in attendance right now. And I think
but we have our
so,
staff here.
we have this.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
I'm also, if we could try that and maybe just give it 15 or 20 minutes and just say, you know, we're done with this at 2:30 and move on.
I would rather have more time.
Yeah, so my brain doesn't really work that way, but I mean, it can when I have more preparation. But
Joe, can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
If you send me yours individually, because we kind of did that back in September, it would kind of progress October, August. And I met with all three of you individually, and I just kind of like gave you all the whole slew, and maybe a repeat email. We can do that, and then just it sounds like very, very.
And then come back to the November 29th meeting or the next goal setting.
So I do like that.
Too late.
I do like that
process
idea, but I also like having sort of a back and forth dialogue with different commissioners, because often someone says something good that I didn't consider, and vice versa. So,
but we could start it that way and just put together a synthesis document and then come back and have that discussion.
Commissioner Rowe, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'm not going to be able to do that good a job on it today, and would appreciate some time to collect my thoughts.
Yeah, okay. So would you like to collect your thoughts and just come back to a meeting where we all talk, or do you want to collect your thoughts and each send them individually to Sean? Okay. Sorry, I asked you, go ahead.
I think collect thoughts, and Sean, and then join as a group to go over what our thoughts are.
Okay.
Be my preferred sequence.
Sounds like homework. When do you need these by? When would you like it by?
By the first is the end of the week too soon for first cut, and then because you and I meet next Friday, so we can go over it. Or is that too? Yeah, you tell me. It was just an option.
No, yep, whatever. I mean, whatever we need to do to make it work.
That's better than trying to do it today.
Yeah, next week is worse. So.
Okay. And you know where I sit if you have any questions.
Okay, so we will. So at the end of the week, do you mean Thursday? Because Friday is Veterans Day. So by the end of the day on Thursday, that gives us 2 days.
Mine will be submitted on Friday. I have some performance evaluations that are going on my neck right now.
So we can meet next
week. Okay.
And then we come back on November 29th and have a 30-minute dialogue about these.
Sure.
Would that be the next step?
Whatever is the next date.
Yes.
You will. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Joe, that is in line with Rick's schedule by December 15th. I think the first whole thing has to be drafted. So I believe that's about time.
All right, thank you. Jen and Sean, sorry. We appreciate you attending. Stay tuned for the 29th. Make sure that's on schedule.
Absolutely.
More information that we can place somewhere in
So I guess, okay, I know we already kind of ended that. What direction is helpful? Like what's helpful to fill in these boxes? Like
First, I will send you the digital, so you can just type it in.
Okay.
Second, I think Joe and I will manage just general thoughts. Just big picture, include this, think about this, think about that.
And keep in mind, Commissioners, our goal is to, we've shared with each department 3 to 5 goals. So we're not going to be able to move forward with 20 goals. And you also might want to think about my goals in light of this as well, because some of them might integrate or not.
Right, that's I feel like we're kind of confused about like the horse for the cards and not knowing what the departments have. But these are our departments.
So this is what
I know, but I just
And we have programs that, yeah.
And just know I'm the one that's bringing this to you. I could have created these with our staff.
Yeah.
And I'm giving you the opportunity to work this, give the insight. And so that's really what we're looking for at this point.
And you'll be getting staff input as well. We are not creating this whole.
And it doesn't
this
have
is
to be
different from what we did last time because this is asking for less.
This is not organizational goals necessarily. This is what our board staff.
Yeah, Board of Commissioners office. These are our programmatic elements that are within our administrative office. And so, for me, just giving you an example, if you look at under equity, diversity, inclusion, one of the things that I would like on right now would be equity assessment. I think that should be a goal, complete an equity assessment over the course of this next time. And so that would be one that I would offer. Commissioners would offer theirs up. And I want to narrow them down and find and come back to you.
So if I don't have a goal for each one, is that okay?
Fine.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay.
And to set expectations, we only had 2 draft goals. The 2 departments. I mean, this is happening. I'm meeting with them right now. Everyone's kind of in the same boat as you all are, trying to see how it's together. So
very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see a comment in the chat that Lynn is heading over here for the executive session, so we can take a quick break. And come back and wait. Did we need to hit up updates before we go into?
We definitely need to complete number 13.
It's that red, and I just skipped right over it. So before we take a break, let's go to item number 13, revise intergovernmental agreement for broadband study.
And I am looking for Vance to join in on this conversation. So Vance, if you can hear me, if you'll either come in and or turn your video on. There he is. Good. Look at that. You are fast.
I was trying to figure out how to cut some time. I just kept listening to the meeting. Sorry.
How much prep time did you walk over?
Oh, that's all I know. But this was exercise, so I get neutralized, right?
I was crafty.
I think we're all getting a little punchy, aren't we?
We are, and we're short on time. So
all right.
Let's jump right in.
So
this topic involves more of Vance and I. And to cut to the chase, there is a broadband agreement that had sent to us for signing. And so I was asking Laura to work to get that in front of Commissioner Wise. And then we started to fill in this a little bit more as more of the minutes and as Vance, we included Vance in the conversation. So right now, Vance, why don't you talk about the agreement that was approved over a year ago, I think.
Yeah, a couple months ago.
And then
started a couple years ago, and it was actually approved in April of 2021. Your signatures on it, my signatures on it. Because it was in 2021, all 3 of you must have approved it. I sent off the agreement to Lynn County with our signature. Lynn County signed it, sent it off to Lincoln County. So that particular agreement was executed. Apparently there, because the composition of the counties has changed, a new agreement needs to be executed.
It's because Lincoln County decided they didn't want to hold the contract anymore, and that got shifted to the council of governments. Yeah.
There you go. So really the bottom line is, will somebody make a motion to approve the new agreement?
To approve revised intergovernmental agreement for broadband feasibility study.
Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Was that fast?
Now you can
Yes.
sign it.
I thought you were gonna say no for a second.
The next step is Laura will get it in front of you, Commissioner, for signature.
That's perfect, because I have a meeting on Thursday where I know they're gonna ask me about it, so it'd be great if we could just get it in.
So this is just refreshing what we already.
It's because it changed grantees.
Yes, and the dollar amount was different.
Yeah, a little bit
Just a
different.
little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, not mine. It was just.
Perfect. Well, Jenny Gloss will be happy because she's emailed me about 7 times. So
Done.
All right. And we're looking at the exec session here.
So we're well, as soon as Lynn gets here, but let's take a quick break. And sorry, so we got that. I just want to make sure that I know you have updates. We usually do updates, but I'm going to call for a break and we'll come back and talk about that.
Executive decision.
Rick, if you can hear us, it would be beneficial for you to come over personally.
All right. And you guys are.
You hadn't shown up, I was going to come get you.
For everybody to scrub the net. All right, so I have met my county trash subcommittee. I told them I might be late. So.
Actually, I think we run out of time.
You guys have something here. I told Greg Brett that I'm not to go, obviously. The work session, I will go when there's a joint meeting. Assuming that's what happens.
Yeah, I think we have that targeted for December 6th.
Right call. Everybody does it once. And we'll wish it to recess and come back later in the month to make a decision.
Sure. Thank you, Vance.
Yeah.
You're coming back here shortly, right?
I am. I'm going to get some warm. I'm going to get some warm.
Rick, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Jesse, come on up.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Oh, happy to help.
Yeah, that would be great. Happy.
Jesse, how's your day going? Oh, I've seen you twice now.
Yes. Yes, running around. Actually, it's perfect time for the do for the budget.